in silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive for the day we see new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Alright, we're playing MGS3. Just like you should have played the shit out of MGS1 going into MGS2, hopefully you played MGS2 before going into MGS3. Never mind that it's a prequel. Some people think, oh, maybe they remade MGS3 because it's the first in the timeline. Nah, they remade MGS3 because it's the safest bet. The easiest, most well-received, crowd-pleasing game in the series, made as a response to the MGS2 backlash. So even though it's a prequel, it is still very much made with MGS2 in mind. Originally, and when you first play Snake Eater, you only get an option up to MGS2 because you haven't played MGS3 yet. But then with Subsistence and HD editions, we now have I Like MGS3 as an option. But hopefully you played MGS2, and if you select I Like MGS2, oh boy, do they make you suffer and pay for it. Snake is back, or is he? Okay, we'll do the intro with the mask, and then we'll switch to the complete save we just made yesterday. Unfortunately, when you start New Game Plus from a save here, you can't select I Like MGS2. Even if you select it when you first start that save and then save over it, it just starts again with just Snake's face. But being made very much as a response to the MGS2 backlash and people bitching about Raiden and whatnot, we now have this option. Sometimes I feel like it should say I played MGS2, or I disliked MGS2, or maybe it's made for maybe make those people who did like MGS2 maybe suffer a little. Either way, we get the most complete experience by selecting I Like MGS2. With the Rykov mask, and of course the added calls And the quotes that Kojima famously wanted to quote Space Oddity with Major Tom, of course. And also, of course, giving Snake back to the people with his catchphrase from MGS2, kept you waiting, huh? You only get those if you select I like MGS2. So I really do think it's the intended experience. Let's do it. I guess it doesn't matter, we'll change to the save.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
In a way, it's a milder version of what the Rose AI asks you at the beginning of MGS2, pal. Sons of Liberty. Yeah, if you've seen or played the ending of MGS1, now it's asking us to pick between the games you like and the games you played. It's a milder version of it. I actually never thought of it that way, but it really is. If you select you like MGS2, you get the full experience, like you should have been playing the games in the series up until this point.
Flying over Pakistan, altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Even have a little MGS1 connection here to the briefing.
Good. We've got high
And
visibility.
Snake says only accept orders directly from you, Colonel. Notice how Snake doesn't put out the cigar and put on the mask until Zero asks him to. If this random guy,
Put on your mask.
another mask.
Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Oh, hey, smart ass. Thank you for the resub, by the way.
Sunrise.
There's just no comparing the AI or the gameplay. It's just going to be completely different.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2
There's a
minutes to
bullet
drop
drop
off.
now.
Stand up.
They certainly didn't care for mouse
Moving
users
at
or Phantom
130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first Halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings.
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The
Now,
future
let's
of our
reassure the
foxy
player there is no
succeeds when we
virtual
officially
questioning now.
organize into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of
We don't have to question reality or any VR
Games is
theory
the
now.
training op.
Don't worry.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB-754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why'd he want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No, according to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yask, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino-Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talon?
She's equipped with 2 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as 2 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
Wait a minute. Kojima! What? I'm the blonde guy named Jack? Wait a second. Wait a second. Something's wrong here. Certainly we can't already, or again, be the blonde guy named Jack. Right? Even the life bar? What? I don't want to be the blonde guy named Jack. Something's wrong. I was expecting something different.
What's wrong? You were expecting something different? Now, go and find Sokolov and get him out of there.
Wait a second. You were expecting something different? The first 3 seconds into the game, and the game already acknowledges its own reason for existing in the way that it does. People were expecting something different. this time.
What's wrong? You were expecting something different?
The game is constantly acknowledging throughout itself in various ways the MGS2 backlash. If we die here, it even says mission failed instead of Snake is dead, just like MGS2.
Snake! What's your status? Snake! Snake!
But then Zero has a spoiler saying Snake anyway. The game over changes. The life bar says Jack, and I'm some blonde guy. And somebody's mocking me about expecting something different this time. Wait a second. And if we spend enough time in here, we'll get the proper call.
What's wrong? You were expecting something different?
And of course, people were expecting something different after MGS2, right? This isn't right. You didn't really see the full response to that backlash here with expecting something different, and more importantly, if we take a few steps here, Snake will say, wait, this isn't right. And then the two quotes, can you hear me, Major Tom? Kept you waiting, huh? So now we're giving Snake back to the people. That's why MGS3 was made. Come on, let's do it.
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
Well, you've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant.
They
but
probably
Be
did.
careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. Oh, and Snake.
Yeah,
The crew isn't watching anymore. You can take off the disguise now.
good idea. This isn't right.
This isn't right.
Time for the snake to shed his skin.
Let us all acknowledge this isn't right. The blonde guy named Jack isn't right. Ah, so much better now. Now I'm a badass again. Thanks, Kojima. This is what I wanted. Best game ever.
Oh shit!
I think Hater's Voice is gonna become a parody of itself by MGS3. Very much in theme with what they're doing with the character. Now we get the proper experience.
Can you hear me, Major Tom? This is Snake. Kept you waiting, huh?
This will be a sneaking mission.
He just ignores it.
You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No, there's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
They better have the whole
You've
mess
been
thing.
issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
Alright, I've got a lot to cover here, but I guess we'll have to switch to save, but not until after we get the backpack and the second mask call. Because of course it is all over the game, not just the beginning, not just about, well, Raikov's existence is the biggest example of it, but there's also little things about some tutorial calls and some other things about it. How the game very much acknowledges the reaction people had to Raiden, as you can see here. And I'm not sure to this day if it's making fun of Raiden along with the people to please them, or if it's mocking those people who didn't. And it's probably just giving in to it, mostly. MGS3 is largely about giving Snake back to the people, as we've seen from that little scene there. Were you expecting something different? This isn't right. Kept you waiting, huh? All the MGS2 things, or the Snake things, to give Snake back to the people after the reception the Raiden and MGS2 received. MGS3 is now about giving Snake back to the people and making damn sure that they, well, at least if you can read in the subtext of MGS3, which not everybody does, but whatever, making damn sure that Kojima apologized for it in a lot of ways. So the way that Kojima put it, in the game world, Solid Snake is a clone of Big Boss, of Naked Snake, but in the real world, it's the other way around. As a playable character, Naked Snake is a clone of Solid Snake as a playable character. Of course, Solid Snake came first as a playable character, and now it's the opposite. It's Naked Snake who's a clone of Solid Snake in terms of gameplay. So now we're giving him all these things from Solid Snake. The bandana, the smoking, the hiding in the boxes, the flirting with the ladies, the liking, the dog mushing, all that stuff that is signature Solid Snake traits. They now completely reinvented Big Boss as a playable character for MGS3, retconning his age, his nationality, his past experiences, his training, his background, everything. Before MGS3, Big Boss was, this kind of like mythical figure you only hear about in MGS1 in such, almost epic manner, and just the same way MGS1 makes Metal Gear 1 and 2 sound more epic than they really are, but, Big Boss is this kind of mysticism to it. There's a savior figure, there's this villain figure, and it doesn't really, if you ask me, really get there anymore after that, but whatever, maybe with the closest thing being Peace Walker, but anyway. But now we're retconning his age. Now he's younger. He's no longer half Japanese. If you read the background for Big Boss and what was it, the MGS1 handbook, something like that, whatever it's called, the many little pieces of media that they had going along with the game. They had the manual, they had the strategy guide, the official handbook, all that stuff that went with it. But MGS1 had Big Boss's background. Just none of it matches. Big Boss reinvented, the war criminal reinvented as a hero. It's the way MGS4 puts it, which is perfect, actually. It's exactly what happened. The war criminal reinvented as a hero, as a playable character. All in order to, well, two things. Give Snake back to the people and make damn sure that we apologize about Raiden. Just completely giving in to the MGS2 and Raiden bitching backlash. And also, by making it a prequel, we now have Big Boss in his younger days, even though they changed his age anyway. And also the fact that originally MGS3 was made as a prequel to stay the hell away as far as possible from MGS1 and 2's story. Of course, later MGS4 comes out. What does that do? The exact opposite. MGS1 and 2 beats MGS3, characters in MGS4, it just completely undoes that. So yet again, MGS3 was made to be the last in the series, just like MGS1, MGS2, more importantly, and MGS3. Again, Kojima even used the words being forced back. Yeah, I wouldn't even Poops was first, sure. I wouldn't even have said that myself, but you can find interviews. I think we have some commands for them. This is a big turning point in the series. I'm just gonna sit here and talk for an hour because we also have a million calls to do. Big turning point in the series where MGS1 and 2 were these little life lessons, not so little even, life lessons and Kojima's thoughts and experiences and lessons that he wanted to impart and pass on, including the passing on of the series itself. And those are where MGS1 and 2. And they just work by themselves. And MGS2 was made to be the last of it and to be passed on, of course. But then suddenly with MGS3, everything becomes... basically the series becomes about itself being misunderstood. That is why MGS1 and 2 would always be my favorites and stand out completely and just be two sides of the single coin that work together. But now with MGS3, everything is about failure to pass on one's will. It's failure, misunderstanding, sacrifice, loyalty to the mission. These themes are the very themes that Kojima was going through, and the series was going through, the series development was going through at the time. So here's what happened. People didn't like MGS2, right in game, who are the Patriots, why is Vamp immortal, we want to play a snake. Kojima tried to pass on the series to the so-called next generation of MGS developers. So they failed. Who knows what the hell they were trying to do without Kojima. But eventually, in his own words, in some interviews even back then, he said that he was forced back. It was called and forced back. And forced can mean many things here. Now this is more of a central theme to MGS4, but it already started in MGS3. The word forced back, because some people just go like, what the fuck, just don't do it, dude. Nobody really forced Kojima to work on MGS3 and especially 4, right? Maybe we'll go a little bit deeper in this during 4, but it's a combination of, Japanese work ethics, career, reputation, even Kojima's own work ethics and realization that he failed to pass on the series. There's a lot of factors that ultimately result in the expense at the cost of being oversimplified, forced back. So when we say forced back, and if in the case of MGS4, you can throw in some death threats too while you're at it. That might be a little bit more forceful, but it all started with MGS3. Kojima trying to pass on the series with MGS2, people bitching about Raiden, his development team not knowing what the hell they were doing without him. Ultimately, the conditions were such that MGS3 had to be made with Kojima. Having to do your job is not limited to Japan, but certainly there is a more cultural element to it. Come on, Dim, you know what the fuck I'm talking about, the Japanese work ethic. But yeah, having to do your job, and it's not exclusive to Japan. And all these little things that condition Kojima to come back. If you think of the key word behind MGS3, see, MGS1, we talked about the keywords for each title. MGS1 is gene, MGS2 is meme. So you have these lessons about, first, not being tied to your genetic fate and which information that is inscribed in your genes and how it's passed on and how it may or may not determine who you are. So breaking away from that. MGS2 is about the information which is not passed on through your genetic material, instead is the actual meaning of the word meme. You know, before it was a picture with text on the internet. So the everything that is imparted, piece of information that is not imparted through gene, is a meme. So it could be history, teachings, art, skills, all that stuff that we see in MGS2 being passed on specifically by characters not being blood related in MGS2. So you got MGS1 meme, MGS1 gene, MGS2 meme, MGS3 the word suddenly becomes scene, SCENE, the scene, which is now no longer about a life lesson, or well, you could obviously still learn something, look at it as a lesson from it all, but it's no longer just this life lesson and piece of information that Kojima wanted to discuss and being passed on in some way, whether you're tied to it or not. It's no longer just that. It's now about the actual scene, as in the times that your specific conditions leading you to doing something that you wouldn't normally do. And that's exactly what MGS3 is about. MGS3, the scene, the times, the social, political, economical, professional, ethical situation, the times of all the conditions that you're in, leading you to do something that would be against your nature or against your wishes. So that is exactly what happened with the series, and that is exactly what happens to Snake and the boss, of course. So those things are now about themselves. The series is now about itself. Kojima being forced back to pick up the series when he didn't want to. Kojima using the word forced back, being influenced by all these factors around him, and Snake killing the boss when of course he didn't want to. The boss betraying the US when he wouldn't do that normally. And then the concept of loyalty to the end, loyalty to the mission. As long as you have loyalty to the mission, there's nothing else to believe in, not even your friends. That's the boss's words, actually, I'm about to hear in a bit when we get the backpack. And that is most likely a reflection of, because remember, later in MGS4, Kojima goes on to compare the battlefield to the development of the series. That was his own battlefield. So if the development of the series, and specifically beating the dead horse in MGS4, but if that's his battlefield, then the loyalty to the mission is to come back and keep developing these games in the same way that Snake is forced to kill the boss, that the boss is forced to betray the US, then so is Kojima back to being forced to develop these games again. That loyalty to the mission that the boss keeps rambling about, to me, that is the loyalty to the development of the series. Your ideals, your life lessons, your information that you wanted to impart with MGS1 and 2, those don't matter anymore. There's no point in believing in anything, not even your friends, your family, or yourself, or your ideals. Only the mission, only loyalty to the end of the mission. And if Kojima's mission is to develop these games despite him trying to pass them on, then so is the theme of loyalty. And then with loyalty to not so much the military in MGS3, although there is a lot of military saluting and whatnot. With the theme of loyalty to the mission comes the constant reverence for the boss, and military salute this, salute that, respect this, or the absolute irony of it all being that everybody has absolute reverence for the boss's actions and tragic past and mission and whatnot. Everybody salutes the boss, everybody respects the boss, and everybody also misinterprets the boss's will in MGS3 and in the rest of the series. It creates a huge rift. It basically ruins the world because people didn't understand the boss's will. And so is the series itself failed to be passed on, failed to be interpreted. Now we are Naked Snake as the player. We have to kill our mentor who is trying to pass on something, but Snake doesn't quite get it. It's exactly what happened to the series. Kojima was trying to pass on MGS2, was trying to pass on his message, was trying to pass on the series, and the players don't get it. And now we have to fucking ruin the world because of it. So there is, at the same time, MGS3 has this subtext to it, but is very much not in your face like MGS2's subtext. That, you know, in a lot of ways MGS3 is just dumped down to for lack of a simpler term. MGS3 is dumbed down specifically and very deliberately because of that, because people's backlash from MGS2, you know, people being uncomfortable, questioning reality, finding out for themselves what to believe in, what to pass on, and how to interpret information, how to not leave things up for interpretation. Now MGS3 has a much more streamlined, straightforward, on the surface at least, story. Very easy to follow, you know, cartoon villain, just absolutely no redeeming qualities whatsoever, no, like, it's just a very streamlined story to follow. That, oh, there's a bad guy, oh, we gotta save the world, oh, the boss is so epic and so tragic. The end. Well, for some reason they wanted to explore the theme of motherhood, and maybe also not to make another copy and paste of Big Boss as a character. The boss is a female character, but other than that, the boss is literally Kojima, failing to pass on his will and being misinterpreted and killed by his protege, killed by or misunderstood by his team. How the boss is killed by Snake, and so is Kojima misunderstood by the players and his team. So it's very much there, and especially throughout the game we see it with this constant apology and making fun of Rykov, but also other things from MGS2, like the laser sight, like the ration calls, all that stuff. We'll do there. We'll go there. We'll do all that stuff. And just how nobody likes Rykov's face. They want to beat the shit out of him. Yeah. Eva doesn't like Rykov's face. Sokolov doesn't like Rykov's face. Zero doesn't like Rykov's face. They all want to beat the shit out of him or call him some sort of, you know, just non-desirable person. Ironically, the only person who likes Rykov is the villain. It's very much on purpose that Volgin is the only person who has absolutely no redeeming qualities. It's a cartoon villain, much simpler to follow, and he's the only one who likes Rykov, of course, because of that. So, well, if Delta simply copy and pastes every scene like they seem to be doing, they will accidentally get it right. They can't fuck it up if they just simply include everything. They might not know what it means, you know, but it's literally when you're cheating off of somebody at school. You might not know what the fuck you're writing or what it means, but if you're just copying it, you know, it might work out. They might accidentally get it right. Who knows? I have been banned from PlayStation Network for talking shit about Delta. Damn. I don't know why it does this shit. Sometimes it just disconnects me. Come on. Oh, fuck. That's so funny. It just kicks me out sometimes. So, in a lot of ways, these games are Kojima's way to put his thoughts, his feelings, his experiences, his messages, whatever he was going through, what was in his head at the time, the games are not made to continue the story, to continue the canon, to save the hostages and rescue, save the world, rescue the hostages and kill the bad guy and continue the story that way. That's never what it's about. That is simply the vessel for the themes that Kojima puts in these games. And then MGS1 and 2, they were these life lessons. And MGS3, they are now about the series itself being misunderstood, failed to be passed on. So everything is about failure to pass on one's will, failure to sacrifice in some way, loyalty to the mission to the end, no matter what. All the saluting, all the reverence for the boss, all that stuff. There is no saluting in MGS1 and 2. The closest thing is the Marines saluting each other on the tanker, because of course they would do that. But the main characters and the themes of the games have absolutely nothing to do with that. There is no constant saluting everywhere. It's not just in the military. It's not just because Snake is in the CIA or whatever. It's not because the boss is so epic, but it's the concept of loyalty to the mission and loyalty to, there's no point in believing in nothing, not even yourself. That is basically, to me, that's the themes of the previous games. They just get thrown out the window as long as we keep being forced to develop the series. There's no point in believing in anything else. The only thing is Kojima's Battlefield, that he would later go to describe as his development environment as at Konami, especially for MGS4. But we can already see it here. All this theme of sacrifice, of reverence, of all the saluting, all that is just, to me, is the commitment and the throwing away your own values for the sake of the mission. Loyalty to the mission above everything else. The mission being continuing to develop the games, being forced back to do it. And of course, for Snake and the boss, the mission also being something that they wouldn't normally do. And they're all, Snake and the boss and Kojima, they're all influenced by the scene, the times, what called for, what had to be done, and throw away everything else. The MGS2 backlash, marketing, whatever, Konami and fans' pressure, and just Kojima just completely giving in. MGS3 is made specifically to appeal to the masses. And now, today, of course, average person's favorite game is MGS3 as a result of that. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. I mean, there's nothing inherently bad about it. I just wish that the series didn't become so much about itself being misunderstood. Literally, the entire series, starting with MGS3, is about MGS1 and especially MGS2 being misunderstood. And part of me just kind of wishes that wasn't the case, because who knows what other themes Kojima would have naturally put in there at the time, when the time was right, if he hadn't had to deal with the backlash, and the completely giving in to those people that didn't like Raiden or care for MGS2. Who knows what else would have, probably something that would not have been called Metal Gear. And at the same time, you would have gotten whatever his team was doing at Metal Gear, and you would have gotten whatever Kojima himself would have done next instead. But no, instead, here we are, still, every game after MGS2 being about the misunderstanding and backlash of the series failing to be passed on. And just part of me wishes it wasn't that way. Does that mean MGS3 is a bad game? No. Does it mean that it's a very misunderstood game? Yes. A lot of people just look at it as, ooh, cool James Bond movie, cool action hero movie. Go in, rescue the hostages, save the world, kill the bad guy. Woohoo. No. A lot of people just see that. and it's just not all there is to it. And the same people that apply that logic, if you apply that logic to MGS2, it falls apart completely. So that's why I guess a lot of people reacted the way they did. I just want to be a badass action hero and shoot bitches and save hostages and kill bad guys and stop the nuke from getting launched. That's what people wanted, and if you apply that logic to MGS2, it completely falls apart. No wonder people reacted that way, right? So now we made a game that has that subtext, but you can still apply that logic to, and it just kind of works as a silly Bond movie in itself, right? It still has a subtext to it, but it has a lot of Kojima just completely giving in to those people and making the series about that MGS2 backlash, that MGS2 response, that failure to pass on Kojima's will, failure to pass on the boss's will. Literally everything else is about that after that. So damn, I just wish that maybe people will look at that a little bit more a little deeper, yeah, but it's okay. Haha, silly James Bond movie, let's go. And then MGS3 is also in a lot of ways, since people didn't like MGS2, it does two things. It constantly apologizes and tries to make fun of Raiden, making sure that we know that everybody disliked him. Now let's make fun of him. And also, in a lot of ways, is a recreation of MGS1. Which is funny, because MGS2 was also a recreation of MGS1, but in a different context, in a different way, for different reasons. Now MGS3 is a recreation of MGS1, in which you have, we were talking about earlier, all the Solid Snake traits to the protagonist. You know, you have your CO, your female medic, you have all the themed save calls. You have the escape, the high speed chase with presumably machine gun blazing, escaping with Eva or Meryl at the end, the Shagohod resembling Rex in a lot of ways, being impossible to intercept somehow. I don't know, the fucking technology apparently, being impossible to intercept, and being this ultimate weapon that will change the stage of nuclear deterrence and warfare. Like, in a lot of ways, you have a recreation of MGS1 in its simpler terms compared to MGS2. The bandanas, smoking, hiding in cardboard boxes, hitting on the ladies, liking dogs and dog mushing. There's a call where Big Boss talks about that too. But also, speaking of calls, it's bad enough that I sit here for an hour and talk about this alone, but there's also a shitload of calls, in which perhaps how the subtext of the game is hidden that well, so are the real extra calls in this game that add a lot of context to how the characters, how the rest of the support team sees Snake. If you just do the main story, if you just do the main calls, the main cutscenes, then it's not too apparent, it's not too obvious. Like, maybe sometimes, Snake might appear a little, maybe confused, or maybe clueless, but most of the time he just looks badass, right? That's the goal, that's the point. We're gonna give people back that being Snake and being a badass, but Naked Snake is anything but that if you know all the subtext on it. Anyway, if you start doing the optional calls, you'll see that a lot of people, well, literally everyone at some point, Sigint, Eva, Zero, Paramedic, literally all of them at some point, they all start patronizing him. They all start treating him as a baby almost. He gets lost, he doesn't remember where to go, he doesn't know what's going on, he doesn't understand sexuality, he doesn't know how to eat, he doesn't know how certain things work, so that they all treating him like an idiot at some point. There's so many calls about that, and the boss also, of course, but those are more hidden. And I wonder, because there's this constant struggle within me in MGS3, because clearly it's giving up and giving people what they want and making Snake look badass on the surface. But if you dig in a little deeper, just like with the themes and the context of the game, if you dig in a little deeper with the calls and with the characters' interactions, then you'll see that Naked Snake is a fucking idiot. And part of me wonders if that's not a reflection on the players. So that MGS3 is giving people what they want, but is it at the same time making fun of them? The fact that Snake can't pay attention to anything he's told, that he gets lost, he doesn't know how shit works, he doesn't understand a lot of things. That would be a redeeming quality, I think, if MGS3 really made fun of the player that way. It acknowledges that the players are fucking idiots, basically, but they want to be badass on the surface. And that to me would be a redeeming quality. Kojima making that kind of commentary on the anti-MGS2 crowd, let's call it. And now these days you ask somebody if they know Metal Gear. You look up Metal Gear, Google Metal Gear, anything Metal Gear, what shows up? Big Boss, The Boss, Delta, MGS3 Remake, MGS3 this, Military Salute that. The boss is so cool, the boss is so tragic, the boss has invented everything. The average thing, and we're guilty of it too. I mean, look at our OHN boss emote. Why is OHN boss a Kappa Snake saluting? Because that's what the series is about now, with the marketing, with the popularity as time passed, with all the Big Boss prequels, of course with the Delta remake, and all that stuff. I mean, we're guilty of it too. The first thing that people think of when they think Metal Gear this day is the boss is so cool, Big Boss is so badass, you know, eye patch this, Military Salute that, and whatever, Naked Snake, Big Boss, haha, the guy that hides in the box. No, that's not him. all of this was not what the series is about. It only deviated that way heavily from MGS1 and 2 because of the reaction to MGS2, and now it's taking a life of its own. Every game, the vast majority of the series in the last 25 years is about that. So I guess how do you blame them remaking Delta, remaking MGS3 first? Of course they're gonna make MGS3 first. Yeah. So the original intent between MGS1 and 2 just got completely lost in the water, if you ask me. The irony, the water drowning in MGS2. That's what it's about. Of course, taken to absolute extremes with Phantom Pain, and another fucking big medic thing to go with it. But yeah, now that would have been career suicide if they remade MGS2. Are you kidding me? If at all, we'll see a remake of every game. 2 will definitely be the last. The absolute dead last. I can guarantee you they'll remake all the Big Boss games first, because that's what's popular. And so MGS3 was basically genetically conceived to be everybody's favorite. Reminds me of that call in MGS2 where Raiden and Rose are talking about how taste would be one of the easiest thing to manipulate. Well, you think they didn't know that people just wanted to be badass action hero, bandana wearing, smoking, cigar, whatever, box, Solid Snake / Naked Snake, clone of Solid Snake as a playable character with a simple story: go in, rescue the hostages, kill the bad guy, save the world. You think they didn't know that? That was a realization that's what people wanted, and anything like questioning reality or leaving things unanswered or deciding for yourself what to believe in, what to pass on, with MGS2 just did not work. Snake says, the virtual mission? No, the virtuous mission. Let's reassure the player that this time we don't have to worry about possibly virtual reality or simulation, or although MGS3 really is a simulation of MGS1. But they don't tell you that. It doesn't tell you that. MGS2 tells you that, but MGS3 doesn't tell you that, because you're just completely immersed in the simulation to play with your taste from start to end without ever snapping out of it. It doesn't tell you. It just lets you be immersed in it completely. Kind of like a Matrix thing that you never snap out of. So it just lets you revel and bathe in being the badass action hero and boohoo feeling so bad for the boss without ever realizing that the boss's will is Kojima's will failing to be passed on. Snake kills her, just like we didn't kill Kojima, but we certainly didn't understand his intentions and made it, not really work out. So Snake is both, just like Kojima wanted to pass on the series to his team, and also the message about finding something to pass on to the players. So MGS3, Naked Snake, fails to understand the boss's will and kills her, just like Kojima's team failed to keep developing the series without him, and just like the players keep, just again reveling and basking in this, oh, I'm a badass action hero now, huh? So Naked Snake most likely represents both the average player and also Kojima's team failing to carry on his will, and he damn near ruins the world and damns himself in the process of trying to understand and recreate and pass on the boss's will. And the entire series being about that, the war between Zero and Big Boss, and somewhere Skullface thrown in there, just all stemming from the boss's will being misinterpreted, misunderstood, and killed over, and to top of all, the cherry on top of all is that ultimately it's Solid Snake who carries on the boss's will, even though he doesn't know her. That's maybe the one redeeming thing that I like about MGS4. MGS4's constant denouncing of MGS3, its characters, its being the origin of evil with the Patriots, and ultimately Solid Snake carrying on the boss's will by mistake, almost without even realizing it. Fuck, man. There's a lot to uncover, but this is the biggest turning point in the series. This is the fulcrum. This is the central point where things shifted so much after MGS1 and 2. That is, honestly, I could probably talk about it for hours. Let's get this stupid mask here out of the backpack and continue, because there's more to it.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me. Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
I would even throw in CQC in there as the cool guy concept to add to it. Yeah. Funny how sometimes maybe you play the previous games, you play them just 1 and 2, and somebody in the chat will comment on how the punches and kicks and the throws and the grabs and M1 and 2 is CQC, or like there's that call with Master and M1 where he talks about the basic law of CQB, and the chat goes crazy like, what? CQB? No, it's CQC. Like, yeah, that was also a concept made for MGS3, of course. And it just kind of adds to the whole, badass school guy judo moves, like Ocelot calls them. that also adds to it, if you ask me. Then we've got, of course, the fact that the boss is in a submarine, like in MGS1. We've got the boss talking about how Snake was always the best in urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. She's talking about, you played MGS1 and 2, player, right? Later in the game, when you fight the end, Snake comments on how he has experience sniping in urban and marine environments. That is MGS1 and 2. Sniping in urban and marine environments. If you play the Japanese version, there's little notations that literally say MGS1 and 2 in the subtitles when you play that, when the conversation plays. So the game, for better or for worse, again assumes that the player has experienced MGS1 and 2, especially MGS2, and now we got all these connections. In one part, the MGS1 connections to make people happy again, and the MGS2 connections to apologize for Raiden in a lot of ways. Like here, for example, if we equip the mask again, right away, the first thing we do is just equip the mask again. And there's other calls in the way that I'll skip for now, and then we'll change saves and do them all. But this one only plays if you start with I like MGS2 and then put on the mask again. Blah, 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 blah.
Snake, are you wearing that mask again?
Yeah. For some reason, it feels kind of nostalgic.
Yeah, well, for some reason, I don't like it.
Why not?
Something about that face just rubs me the wrong way.
It looks fine to me. But if you hate it that much, why'd you give it to me in the first place?
Well, that mask was originally created for use in another mission. An agent was supposed to disguise himself as a Soviet officer and sneak into an enemy installation. We had it all set to go, but certain circumstances forced us to abort the mission. With the mission cancelled, the mask was going to be thrown away. But the guy at the CIA's tech division who created it pitched a fit.
Why'd he do that?
He said it was too good to throw away.
Yeah.
According to him, that mask is a revolutionary new design that lets the wearer blink, something that wasn't possible up till now.
I'd think you'd want to make the lips move before bothering with the blinking.
Yes, I thought so too, but for some reason he's obsessed with making it blink.
Whoever he is, he sounds like a crackpot.
Well, he does good work, but I spend 3 days a month just dealing with the complaints we get about him. Oh well, never mind. Anyway, I decided to put this mask we had in storage to good use by hiding your identity from the gunship crew.
I get it. So this mask is based on a model somewhere.
That's right.
What do I do if I meet that guy?
That's not going to be a problem.
Why not?
The man the mask is based on is a GRU officer. You're in the KGB's sphere of influence. Chances are you won't run into him.
And if I do?
Beat the crap out of him.
Okay, that just about concludes the exclusive content to starting with I like MGS2. Although I really should just say, at least I played MGS2. And now there's more calls about MGS2 Raiden hate scattered throughout the game. But there's a lot more at the beginning if you pick I like MGS2. So now we can switch our save. I'll just get back here real quick. On New Game Plus, so we'll have all the New Game Plus stuff to do calls about and mess around with.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Jack?
I might start it again to do the lore on Zero's washing machine. Get the backpack again, skip that very long call, and then we'll look for some more MGS2 hate content. My favorite kind of MGS3 content is the hidden subtext of MGS2 hate content, MGS2 apology content, Rykov content, but not exclusively. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, even skipping this call takes a while. Snake, try to remember some of the recipes of KFC. And now, if we go get some food items here, we'll see a little bit more about that. So we'll need a couple food items, because there's two different calls when you find food for the first time, depending on whether you've already eaten some or not. So we'll get a couple here. Just eat something. So if I just call now, they simply tell you how to eat the food, which in itself is also kind of funny, but it's way more interesting of a call if you've already eaten something. Whoops. I didn't mean to dispose of it. Oh well. Hopefully it doesn't matter because we have the mushroom. I'll go get another snake just in case. So now that we ate something, but we also have some extra food in the inventory, they'll see it, and they'll instead talk about something else.
Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters.
Yeah.
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field, you're...
Yeah.
You ate some food?
Here we
Yes.
You aren't expecting food to recover life, are you?
Of course not. Food alone doesn't heal wounds. Food only recovers stamina.
Good.
Why do you ask?
I once had a guy who thought that eating canned food would recover his life.
Well, was he some kind of idiot?
Of sorts, yes. But in the 21st century, they'll probably come up with something that does just that.
So who is the idiot of the 21st century who eats canned food to recover his health? I once had a guy. Was he an idiot? Of sorts, yes, of course. And then we have a similar call with the boss about laser sights. Now, unless you count the Scorpion, which you get much later in the game, or the Easy Gun, which is a special item. Oh wow, it's even in the backpack already. Or okay, there are no laser sights except for those exceptions in MGS3. Meanwhile, in MGS1, especially MGS2, every small arms weapon that you have has a laser sight. Now the M9, the USB, the Mark 23, the AK, the M4. Basically, they all have laser sights. So now, Snake is expecting a laser sight like training wheels.
Camouflage is an
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we'll skip all this stuff.
visibility is poor in the jungle.
Yeah.
You can only use CQC.
Yeah.
I see you're wearing the olive drab uniform. Olive drab, or OD for short, is what you might call the pre-camouflage uniform. Plain-colored OD fatigues are still worn by infantry today, but they'll be replaced sooner or later by patterned camouflage. As you can see, it's got no colors or markings on it, so of course it won't make a very effective disguise. You should change into some other type of camouflage as soon as you can. Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well your camouflage is working. But this is a solo sneaking mission, so nobody out there is on your side. You have to determine how well your camouflage is working by yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, that's what the camo index is for. The camo index tells you how...
Yeah, okay.
In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission. That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons.
I'm totally not about to betray you or anything.
This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
A medic?
You don't need to remind me.
No.
I'm glad to hear that.
Glad to hear what?
That you haven't changed a bit. The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer...
Yeah, okay.
Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment.
No shit.
It takes more than just clothes to make a good disguise. To camouflage yourself effectively, you'll need to wear face paint. Face paint is camouflage applied to the face. Bare skin sticks out like a sore thumb in the jungle, so always protect yourself with face paint. Choose a color that matches the features of your surroundings, and use your finger to apply the face paint. Start by applying a light color, then gradually move up in darkness. That way, even if you make a mistake, you can cover it up with a later, darker color. In order to flatten the appearance of your face, use light colors on areas of the face that recede, and dark colors on areas that protrude. Open the survival viewer, go to camouflage, then select face, and you'll find the selection of face paints. Be sure to select a face paint that makes you blend right into your surroundings, okay?
I'm trying to get the laser sight call here.
Camouflage is about blending in with nature.
Yeah.
Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid-colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. but it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough. To place a weapon on your person,
Yeah.
press the first-person view button to switch to the first-person view.
No, really?
The first-person view attack is a fundamental part of gunfighting. The sooner you find the enemy, the better you'll be able to deal with the situation. So be sure to make use of sensors like the motion detector and active sonar.
I don't have those.
When you aim your
Here we go.
handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
Wait a second.
For the assault rifle and certain other
Why-
weapons, pressing the weapon button will first ready the gun for shooting
Why is she not
from the
telling
hip.
the laser
If you're in a
sight thing?
close quarters fight or other situation that requires immediate action, fire from that position.
Wait, is it because we're a New Game Plus? I wonder. I thought it was the second part of that call about the sights.
Stalking is a movement technique that eliminates even the sound of your footsteps.
Something's off.
Stalking involves putting your weight on your rear foot, then stepping forward slowly with your front foot. Before putting down the front foot, use the tip of your foot to check for dangerous objects or branches that might create a noise when stepped upon.
No,
Once you've determined the spot is
it's
safe
with her.
to step on, slowly lower your foot to the ground, placing it down from the outside edge first, and then slowly lowering your weight onto the foot. Throughout the entire process, you have to strain your calves to retain balance. But all you need to do is press the directional button in the direction you wish to move. When stalking, you can move without creating sound with your footsteps. And since your posture is low while stalking, you are that much less likely to be spotted by the enemy. Since you move cautiously while stalking, you will be able to detect a trap on the ground before it is set off. However, the slow, concentrated movement while stalking consumes high amounts of stamina. Switch between walking and running with the left stick and stalking with the directional buttons depending on the situation.
Nice recorder line. For some reason, we got the short version of the side call, which Snake doesn't continue the conversation there. When she says line up the front and rear sights, Snake says no laser sight. Then she says a real soldier has no need for laser sights. No trading wheels in this mission. Of course, being another little jab at MGS2's weapons, just like the food call was a jab at the idiot of the 21st century eating rations. But for some reason, we got the short version of it. Now, this could be for a couple of reasons. It could be because it's New Game Plus. It could be because I have the Easy Gun, yeah, that has a laser sight. Or it could be, damn, that I should have done the call on the other clean save. Or it could be that it just hasn't happened yet.
Snake,
I don't know.
What's up, boss?
don't you what's up me?
It should have happened.
Then, what is it?
I'm talking about your camouflage. Why aren't you using it?
Oh,
When you don't use any camouflage at all, you stick out like a sore thumb. Didn't you listen to a word I said?
well, I was listening. But
Then start using your camouflage. Is that
No,
clear?
it was definitely that call where she talks about aligning the front and rear sights. I've done it here before in this exact area, so maybe it is because of the Easy Gun. Ah.
Select. In the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position secret from the enemy. Sometimes even the smallest sound can be enough to give your position away and get you killed. You'll have to make sure your weapons and equipment don't make noise bumping around. Use tape to secure metal objects and other items that seem likely to produce noise. After you've secured your gear, jump up and down to see whether it makes a sound.
Don't worry. I remember the drill.
I gotta try this now. We might have to add that to the list of calls to do on a clean save, and
Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each have their own weight.
yeah.
There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you
My
know what
butt.
that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes.
Will. An unflinching
How
will
did you
to
know?
survive no
An
matter what.
unflinching butt.
Exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what.
Your butt is your most potent weapon in your arsenal. That's actually a neat little detail. I guess if you have the easy gun, Snake doesn't complain that you don't have a laser sight. Because it does have a laser sight. Nice. That in itself is an interesting detail. But now I want to get the actual call. So maybe we'll save here. Hold on, I gotta get to the bottom of this. And we're gonna start the Virtuous mission so many times.
Saving the game, Snake? Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla, King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where
What
can
the
I see
fuck?
the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really?
Well, why?
That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
I know there's this meme, there's the Breaking Bad, or maybe it's from Better Call Saul meme, that somehow Mike is associated with a finger meme. I don't fucking know what the origin of that is. If anybody wants to share. What the fuck does he have to do with fingers? Is there like a finger scene or something I don't remember? But now it's seeping into the chat. Anyway, let's start again. I'm gonna see. This call changes if you have the easy gun. I actually did not know that. If we start a clean save, we should be able to get it then. Ah, learned something new.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Jack?
I guess that's what an emote is called, what it's called, but what the fuck? Alright, let's freaking do it again. This time we'll call the boss about it right away. And then we'll probably start it again to do the washing machine lore. Not many people are aware of Zero's troubles with his washing machine in this game. You mean that calling a character finger because he snipes things is a stretch? Don't let Kojima hear you that who said that. Not according to Ground Zeroes. Okay, let's get that stupid laser sight call now.
You can own. I see. Normally, in my. This. Choo.
Choo choo.
It take. Camouflage. Hunt. To place a. Press the first. The sooner you. When you aim your handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
No laser sight?
What?
A laser sight. I heard the military was developing them, but...
You want a laser sight? A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission, Snake.
Another little jab at MGS3 there, but holy shit, that call really does change and removes that last part of it if you have the easy gun. Nice. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep the save. I'm gonna keep the save for something. We'll keep this as the washing machine save. Let me just go there and save. We gotta be on some difficulty that is lower than extreme that has the sensors to do it. So might as well keep this as the washing machine save. I just gotta play with the checkpoints and the calls a little bit here. Yeah, he shouldn't talk about it yet.
You... Snake? Snake?
Well, it's the only use for a normal save, so
Listen up, Snake.
that'll be easy to remember.
Snake?
We'll do all these calls in the other save. Let me just get him out of the way here.
When you...
Oh, fuck. He just said it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Let me fix this checkpoint. We want that call. You're better off just looking at MGS3 as an audiobook because there's so many calls. There's way more calls and areas, especially in the Virtuous mission. After the T call.
You. Snake? Snake?
Okay. So he actually talks about the sensors even if you don't have it equipped. Nice. Okay. Let's save here and keep this for later.
Saving the game, Snake?
Actually, I wonder how far he will. This will pay off in the long run. So I know that the next 0 call is the one I want. Actually, yeah, I do need to save here in case it doesn't work in the next area. Ideally, if it works right before the end of the Virtuous mission, that would be useful. But it probably doesn't go that far. So I know it works here. I'll probably make heavy use of the fake death pills to fuck with the checkpoints. Okay, let's see if it works in the next area. He's probably gonna have the enemy related calls now that there's enemies around. So that one might play first. Okay, let's see if it plays. I'll use a fake death pill.
Sokolov. Snake, that.
Enemy call. Okay, let's get that out of the way for good with another checkpoint. Wait, let me get close to the checkpoint and we'll play with these calls.
Sokol. Snake, the.
Oh, because I had a fake death pill equipped. That's okay. Don't I? No. Okay.
Sokol. When you're in the.
There we go. Okay, so this is the call that we want. So since it played, I'll unhero real quick and undo that fact that we played it. Maybe because I have the fake death pill in the inventory now, it's playing that.
So, when you're in the jungle, determining the position of.
Now it's played again. Damn it. Okay. Okay, so it worked here. Let's see the next area. Ah. I wonder why the fake death pill call played. I didn't have it equipped, but maybe because it was the last item. Okay, so let's see if it plays here.
Sokol. Snake? Snake?
Major.
Enemy call. Damn. Okay, the enemy call probably had priority over it. So get that one out of the way.
Sokolov. Snake?
There's a freaking fake death bill call again. Okay, let's get that one out of the way too.
When you're in the...
Okay, so this call is still playing here. Just like I wanted to, but let's continue then. Let's see if it plays in the next area. I wonder how far it plays, because it definitely doesn't play all the time. That's so weird playing on normal. This will make sense once in a few hours we get through the Virtuous mission on the main save. It's the washing machine lore. It's important, believe me. Hey. Let's see if it plays here. Ideally, it plays after Ocelot. That would be great. Okay, checkpoint. Viewer, please. Okay, just to confirm that it plays here. And this other end.
Snake? Sokolov. When you're in the...
Okay, there it is. The sensors call. Still good. Now, let's see. We'll save here. It'll take longer now, but like for other... Ah, shit, this isn't on their account, though. Oh, well. Well, at least for future reference, I'll know where to make the save. So it won't take as long to do the washing machine lore. Okay, so this save is good. Let's see if we can take it further. Oh, they're so fucking blind. Let's see if it plays there, too. I'm just manipulating the checkpoints and save calls. I mean, zeros calls, so that when we load, we are as far away into the Virtuous mission as possible, but still be able to get that call right away when I load. Okay, let's go back and see if it plays there. At some point, it doesn't play anymore, I think. It definitely doesn't play in the Snake Eater operation. And so at some point during the Virtuous mission, there's a save that we can optimize for it.
Snake. When you're in the jungle.
Okay, still playing here. Cool. We also have the other food call, which is nice. So this is already a pretty good spot. Let's see, there's two more. See if it also plays in here.
Snake. When you're in the jungle.
Nice. Okay, so it also plays here. Cool. Let's not play it though. Now let's see if it plays after Ocelot. That's the absolute latest we can play it. Maybe get those other calls out of the way. So it was
Snake. Snake, as I say.
this call and the food call. Get those out of the way. So the next call is the one I want. Get the checkpoint again. Save. I know it's a bit of a process, but that all makes sense. Like we don't already have enough calls to do in this game. Hey, it's a beatlet. Alright, let's see if by some miracle also plays after Ocelot shows up. That'd be nice. Okay, just put everybody down. I think this might be the latest that it shows up. Ah, that radio there. They're already here. Oh well. Let's see. I'm just going ahead a little bit here so we can go back and get the washing machine lore. This might be the absolute latest it plays when you first get to this area, but let's see if it also plays here after Ocelot.
Snake.
Major. Major.
Probably not. There's a bunch of new calls.
By the when you're in the jungle, determining the
Oh.
position of your enemies is important.
It does still play here. However, we no longer have any checkpoints to mess around with. So there's like 3 calls before it. Okay. Well, we'll do those calls naturally as part of the story run on Extreme anyway, so. Yes, okay, so we prep to save like this.
Snake.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 calls.
When you're in the
And then the one I want. Okay. Well, there's nowhere else to get rid of these calls, because if I trigger next checkpoint, it moves on. Okay, I'll take it. I guess I didn't need that continue. Okay.
Do you want to see?
That's cool that it plays that late into it. Hey, now we can go back to our other actual save. It wouldn't be for a few hours because we gotta go through all the other calls. But we'll come back to this. I guess I should have prepped this maybe yesterday, but whatever. It wasn't too bad. And like I said, get comfy because MGS3 can be thought of as an audiobook almost. There's so many calls, especially for how few areas there are in the Virtuous Mission, especially. But really, most of the game suffers from that. The pacing. I mean, they're really good calls, and some people probably almost loaded the wrong save. Not heard all of them because normally you would be moving on with the game. And then it keeps repeating some of the tutorial calls about what button to press or where to go. And somebody might think there's no more calls. And who can blame you if Zero keeps repeating where to go and what to do? But so the way it works is the game loads one of those unique calls when you open the radio, but it also always gives you 2 or 3 calls about where to go first, so what to do. So if you simply do those calls, you might not know that there's a unique call under there. And that with only like 3 or 4 areas in the Virtuous Mission, it's very easy to accidentally move past some of the calls. Also the thing with paramedic. Okay, well, basically, we'll just sit here and call Zero for a while. Now that we saved, Snake learned that paramedic is a movie buff. So now, when we get to call about Zero's codename being inspired by The Great Escape, Snake is going to ask paramedic about it. But first we'll talk about the Fly, and then we have all the calls with Zero about how great the boss is, and the space rays, and Sokolov's work, and all that stuff.
Sokolov should be at...
And first it's about his codename. There's just so many calls. The tea.
Sokolov...
You call about sipping tea on the way home.
Snake? Your actions can lower your stamina. The more demanding the activity, the more stamina consumed.
Exactly. Walking slowly will conserve
Yeah.
Snake, use the...
Yeah.
Major,
What is it?
it's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah, where'd you get that name?
From a tunnel.
A tunnel?
That's right. Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs dig 3 tunnels for their escape. They named them Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I see. So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished, but eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Oh, it's all right. It's, Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. Yes, no question about it.
Maybe we should ask paramedic about this. But unfortunately, in the process of doing that, I'm also going to accidentally get a call that I don't want to get yet with paramedic. So again, we'll be playing with checkpoints and fake death pills to undo that. Yeah, I was talking about the Grim Zeros guy.
I see you've captured a giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake. The giant anaconda is a very large snake, but you should be able to capture it alive using the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
Ugh.
He always acts disgusted that he's gonna eat things. Like, that's her role. That's what the guide's for, so that he can eat it. And every time she's like disgusted by it. Come on. Okay. Well, that wasn't the call.
I see you found some
This is the call that I don't want to get yet. We'll get that later, but let's continue here.
The gauge below your life gauge is your stamina gauge.
We'll get the fly and the great escape call.
That area... Snake. Snake. You should... eat food. A fruit called the... To take a... Snake.
Paramedic, what are you doing? I hope we don't have to do another save call.
You should... Snake. To eat...
Or...
You should...
Yeah. Wait, I didn't go too far, did I?
Paramedic.
What's up?
This is the
Are
quack
you a
call.
medic?
This is the quack call. We'll do that later.
You should...
Yeah, we gotta close and reopen. That's right.
When you get... You should be... Snake.
Come on.
Snake. A fruit...
Any normal person would think there's no more calls here, but...
Snake. You...
Ugh.
You can capture... That...
What a pain in the ass.
If you have in... That... Snake... Say snake.
There we go.
About that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something.
Yeah.
The mask.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that?
Mm-hmm.
I know I've seen it somewhere before. Any ideas?
How would I...
That's it!
What?
The fly!
The fly?
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. Ah, I feel better.
The fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. It's a good movie.
Okay, now we can also ask about the Great Escape. Ghost Megami, thank you for the 14 months.
Paramedic. You said you like movies, right?
I love them.
About the Major's code
This
name.
call also gets
Major Tom.
weird.
Yeah. He sounded like he wasn't sure whether or not Tom was the name of the tunnel that worked in the Great Escape.
So I heard.
So was it?
Was it what?
Was Tom really the name of the tunnel that worked?
Right?
So it was Tom.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Why should I know?
You watch a lot of movies, don't you?
Yeah.
But you've never seen The Great Escape.
No.
Why not?
It didn't look interesting.
You don't watch movies that don't look interesting?
That's right.
And yet you've seen the fly.
The fly looked interesting, and it was. Something wrong.
Nothing.
Now
Tell
the
me,
subtitles get
what other
weird.
kind of movies do you like?
Let's see. There's the Quartermass Experiment, and It Conquered the World, and Earth versus the Spider. Oh, and Mondo Kane. Did I say something weird?
Forget it.
It Conquered the World is the Venusian crap movie, but the subtitles just take a shit there. Thanks to some Blue Point nonsense, probably. First, they changed to French briefly, and then they just disappear. I don't know what the hell. There's a couple calls that are just messed up like that, unfortunately. But that's where she mentions the Conquer the World with the Venusian crab that Emma also likes. And MGS2, we hear the parrot constantly refer to it. Anyway, let me see if there's any other paramedic calls here before we reset.
Snake. When
There should be something else. Forget what.
you eat snake. Snake.
My pants are inhabited by the giant anaconda.
When you
That might be it for her right now.
snake
She's just talking about the food here.
to you should be snake.
Okay, so we'll give it one more check. Probably good. I don't want to talk about all this food yet, but unfortunately you had to dig through the food calls to get that fly and Great Escape call.
You
So now that it happened,
that you can capture
we can undo it by getting a continue.
a fruit called the rush. You can
Yeah, it's all food stuff now.
a fruit.
Okay, so her Great Escape call is the last unique call she has here. But we don't want all the shit in between, so time to continue. We already talked about the giant anaconda. Okay, we don't want to talk about the mushrooms yet. Because I captured... She first looks at what you have in your inventory. But we will go through all the food calls in order. So that she doesn't go random on me and start talking about shit that I don't have. We'll only call her after we capture something. So that she will only talk about that one thing specifically. And not the in-cap mushrooms yet, because that call changes later in the game. After you meet Granin, which is really kind of interesting, because the chances that you wouldn't get that call before Granin, if you're called in paramedic, are like almost zero, because those damn mushrooms are everywhere. And she doesn't just talk about what you have in your inventory. As you saw, she also talks about what's around the area you're in. And these stupid mushrooms, they're basically everywhere. Almost every area has them. So it's almost impossible to get paramedic not to talk about them. If you call her too many times, maybe trying to get other calls. But we'll be careful with it. Only call her as we get food. And then the food calls change depending whether you already eaten something or not. If you don't eat it, then Snake will ask paramedic about the taste. But if you eat it first, well, first of all, you need two of them. One to eat and one to have in your inventory to trigger the call. And then Snake will comment on the taste after the fact. And some calls are funnier if you eat it before. Some are funnier if you haven't eaten it before. They just have different exchanges with paramedic depending on that. Some are a lot better if you don't know the taste yet. Some are funnier. I don't remember exactly all of them, which one is better to do which version of. But there's a couple that's worth doing, actually both versions. Again, playing with the checkpoints and whatnot. But anyway, we're done with paramedic right now. Let's go back to Zero's calls. There's quite a lot of those too.
Sokolov. Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being spotted, you must learn...
Yeah.
You can use an equipped... Snake?
Come on.
Snake, be careful. The way to change between standing, crouching, and crawling has changed slightly from the methods learned in training.
The training being the previous game, just a little thing inherited from MGS2, where, of course, in MGS2 it had much more context to it, with Raiden's VR training being MGS1 and VR missions. But it just sort of kept that in MGS3 in training being the previous game.
Snake, in order to maintain your stamina, you'll have to feed yourself. The idea behind this mission is procure on site. This goes for food as well.
Procure on site.
That's right.
But don't you think I should have at least brought a few rations?
Americans have a terrible habit of taking everything with them. Nowadays, nobody can get anything done without a lot of fancy equipment. It wasn't like that in SAS, I'll tell you that. And with Fox, we're running things my way.
Roger that, sir.
You're not convinced, are you? Well, think of it this way. The stuff you'll find out there tastes a lot better than army rations anyway.
I hope you're right.
You'll be procuring food by capturing local plants and animals. Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna available in the mission area. Ask her if you have any questions about the plants and animals you find. Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Engagements should be avoided. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun.
Yup. Sweet dreams, Boy Scout.
That's right. And by the time he wakes up, you and Sokolov will be safely out of the country.
Sipping hot coffee on a plane back home.
What did you say? What did you say?
Sipping hot coffee on a...
You're gonna drink that foul mud? On the victory flight home?
Okay, then. What would you drink?
Tea, of course.
That foul mud. That's at the beginning of a sneakier operation. You've been equipped with a dick for this mission.
Snake, aiming your gun during first-person view is a bit different from what you're used to in training.
When you aim your handgun in first-person view,
I guess it is also a
align
zero
the front
call, huh?
sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
No laser sight?
Oh,
What?
A laser sight.
now it worked.
I heard the military was developing them.
Interesting.
You want a laser sight?
Uh-huh.
A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission, Snake. For the assault rifle and...
Wait, so when you started with 0, maybe it doesn't check for the easy gun. That's really interesting. I just learned two different things then. Whoever was saying that it was a 0 call, you can do it by calling 0 also, then it changes to the boss. But I usually do it by calling the boss. And it seemed that that version didn't check. I mean, that version checked for the easy gun. This one didn't. So now I played the part that I wanted to play earlier. Nice. Okay, keep that in mind. We'll just do it by calling 0.
Sokolov. Snake, the Soviet troops are not your only enemies.
How do you mean?
Nature.
Boss?
Poisonous snakes, scorpions, crocodiles, hornets. There are dozens of dangerous life forms living in
You
Selena
mean
Yars.
venomous, right?
There are even poisonous mushrooms and frogs, and other plants and animals that you must not eat. In order to survive in nature, you have to know nature.
Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna in each area. Ask her for the details.
Don't worry, Skullface cleans up all the traces.
Snake, the fake death and revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into thinking you're really dead. It may come in handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
What do you mean?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. Adenosine and serotonin,
You have
as
these,
well as
all these
opioid
animations in the
peptides,
back
such
when
as
he's not paying
methionine and
attention.
methylene.
He doesn't know what's
Those
going on.
chemicals act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill. When you take it, it causes your body to secrete stimulants like noradrenaline and other chemicals such as naloxone, which block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail. The secretion of methionine and methylene triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
But you must want to know a little bit more. There are 3 types of receptors: delta, kappa, and mu.
Delta, huh?
Methionine and methylene acts on the...
Paramedic, I
Kappa.
think Snake understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. Clear as crystal.
But...
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Yes, you do that.
Hey, wait a...
This used to be just an excuse to have paramedics say Kappa, but now she says Delta too. It's more relevant.
The battery recharges automatically when not in use. When you want to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge
Romantic
faster.
actions.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir. It's because Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
But this machine has not been made public. It was designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah.
I heard he was pretty strange.
Stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Hey, my scone's gone too.
Mastermind behind the Patriots. Okay. Are they maybe referring to a nano machine there? I don't know. It's a weird machine that's not been made public. Okay, we got more. There's always more.
Sokolov.
It's honestly crazy how many calls there are for how few areas you're
Major,
in.
what kind of place is this secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all. The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
From the boss.
Of course.
Boss?
I got an
That's right.
idea.
She has her own intelligence channels, which she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. That we were able to get the green light for this mission at all is thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects.
And thus begins this cycle of the boss inventing everything and making everything possible. Yeah, I wonder, like, they're probably going to keep all these calls in Delta, right? But what I'm wondering about is if they're going to keep the crazy system and how they trigger these calls, and how they're buried under tutorial calls or other calls, or having to reopen the radio screen. I can see that changing easily. Like, you know how they showed off that quicker radio screen that you can open during gameplay? I want the exact opposite. I want a more in-depth dedicated radio screen where you can select the call that you want instead of having to dig and repeat all the calls. Like that would actually be an amazing improvement over this. Like, imagine that you decide to call 0 and you pick, it could even be a single word, to pick what to ask him about. Like, there's a call about the space race. Call 0, select space race, and you get the space race call. You know, like instead of simplifying it, they should make it, I mean, that is also simplifying it. Yes, but Rising only does that in the menu outside, and only on the PC version. I'm talking about it being able to structure it in the game. Like, literally call, and it opens a sub-menu about what call to ask about. You know? Like, that would be an improvement. Phantom Pain? More on that in a month or two. No, you simply need a keyword. Decide what to ask about. And then there would be some locked calls, like the fly call is locked behind a save call, where you learn if she likes the movies. And then the Great Escape call is locked behind the fly call, where you ask about a Great Escape, and then Snake mentions the fly again in that call. So, no, they're not tapes. They're simply, you get to pick what to ask about when you call somebody, instead of it being seemingly random. There's an order to it, and there's a logic to it, but it's a clusterfuck if you don't know how it works. The average person is never going to get all of them. If they had a little sub-menu with it, it would be nice. Like, there's no harm in having a sub-menu that says Space Race, or your name, or, whatever the fuck. Or the Fulton call, because it just be Fulton, and you select that, yeah? Or Hail Jump call. Like, why not? Instead of having to dig through this shit, repeat and skip things.
In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation, I've spent all my time making preparations. And now is the time to show some results. Fox is a next-generation espionage
This could be the Fox
organization
call.
designed to update us
Like
for
Fox?
21st century
And you
operations
get this.
that I propose to the CIA. Fox sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of Special Forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
And then you'll know exactly how many calls there are, and which ones you're missing.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon Fox, but if this mission succeeds, Fox will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make Fox the leader in special operations, and to that end, This mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you, Snake.
But first, a million other calls. It's just honestly dumb to have
Paramedic
to
is the
dig
medical...
through it every time.
Sokolov should... Snake, I don't recommend running around wildly. You need to determine when it's best to run and when it's best just to walk.
Listen to this re-recorded
The
thing,
left stick
because he says left stick.
Snake, there are other ways to recover your stamina besides eating. In most areas outdoors,
And he's going through a bunch of gameplay stuff, but I know he has more calls.
within a... Sokolov...
Major, tell me about Sokolov's past work.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau?
Apparently so.
So this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device?
Well, that's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but...
You'll find out soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on you.
And as soon as we do another 200 calls,
The degree to which you move the left stick...
and that's random gameplay shit, and then every time you open the radio, it's the first call is always a priority, is about where to go.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
Because they think that the average person only calls to figure out where to go next, in case you forgot where you are in a game. So it's always just a lot of digging you gotta do.
Snake, if you step in any water or mud...
Yeah.
Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox. And avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing behind, including
There we
weapons,
go.
equipment, footprints, sweat,
This
even
is what makes the
bodily waste.
canon.
Yeah. When I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
And this is why, canonically, Skullface, who is cleaning up after Snake here, has to dig up his turds and put them in a plastic bag to bring back home to Zero.
If you have any questions about camouflage or CQC, ask the boss.
So it's not a joke. It's actually canon. Thanks to this, we know that Snake buries his shit, and that Skullface has to clean up after him. So Skullface's job is, at least in part, to dig up turds and put them in a plastic bag. And he goes back, slams them on Zero's desk. Major, I collected poop.
Sokolov should equip food as a weapon and press the weapon button to...
In 2 days, I don't know. But after Snake goes back in the Snake Eater operation, the whole thing takes about just under a week, I guess. But yeah.
Snake, the Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. Use it to put enemies to sleep without harming them. The speed with which the tranquilizer takes effect depends on the point of impact on the enemy.
I'm digging up.
Major, didn't you say that the boss was in the SAS with you?
Yes, we formed the 22nd SAS Regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they say. Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces.
And the boss invented everything.
Snake, let me explain the enemy's various states of alert.
Nah, I'm good.
After you've press the Snake, remember that the suppressor is a limited commodity.
Major, what about my code name?
You mean Naked Snake?
Yeah, what does it mean?
It's because snakes slither through the grass unnoticed to those around them.
No, I mean
That's
the naked
because
part.
you're a
It
basic
means
bitch.
without embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why's that my code name?
I explained that the virtuous mission is designed to test the effectiveness of Fox, right?
Right.
And the procedure used for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words,
The essence of Fox. Naked and pure.
exactly. And there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
Snake, certain enemy soldiers are equipped with radios. It's possible to destroy the radio.
No, it isn't. Whenever I go through all these tutorial calls, even though I skip them, you kind of get an idea of what he's talking about. All these little gameplay things are no longer there in Phantom Pain. It just makes me fucking furious every time, man.
Snake, this operation is a sneaking mission. You'll be doing your job right under the
Okay.
enemy's nose. In the event that you're spotted by an enemy, disable him before he can alert nearby soldiers. If you can take him out before he alerts other enemies of your presence, then the...
Yeah.
Snake, I recommend against leaving the... Snake, the damage that an enemy takes from your gun depends on where you hit him.
Not anymore, it doesn't.
Snake, I've completed the
here we
double
go.
check on the Fulton recovery system.
Any problems?
None. Leave your recovery to us.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the
No,
Fulton recovery
explain
system
anyway.
allows for rapid recovery of personnel from enemy territory, and it's perfect for these kinds of special operations. Basically, how it works is the plane flies by and snags a nylon lift line that the
He's
soldier
gonna
has
stop
grabbed
paying
onto.
attention soon.
It's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system was redesigned to recover personnel. JAC, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes, good old JAC. It stands for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something? So, JAC first used the Fulton
I'm
Surface
listening.
Air Recovery System to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, a 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit. Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour. Snag the cable just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft, and whisk you away. Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety into the rear of the aircraft. Got it? Snake,
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
were you listening?
Yeah.
All right, then.
You can already see a little bit how Zero is just patronizing him in this call. Where he says, no, I don't need the explanation. And he said, I see. And keeps going on about the explanation anyway. And then, of course, Snake doesn't pay any attention. There's a couple very similar calls later about other stuff where Zero just completely gives up on him. But that's how the real life Fulton recovery is supposed to work.
You can get in... Snake,
Okay.
in the corner view, move the right stick. If you have a gun equipped during the course, by equipping grenades and pressing the weapon button, you did an excellent halo jump.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot. A jumper who lost his pack on the first real Halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but
What, you're embarrassed?
no, I'm not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
What about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump, you know, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say.
No,
I bet you do.
not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true. Halo stands for High Altitude Low Opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The Halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there. In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military Halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces.
And so the boss invented the Halo jump too, of course.
Press the action
And the space race.
while hanging. You can't keep hanging forever.
Sure you can.
If there's something to grab onto, press the crawl button. Press the action button from on top a branch to hang down from the tree. If you approach an enemy undetected, you can render him defenseless by jutting a gun into his body from behind.
Wonder if he
This is
says...
called a hold-up. However, even after rendering an enemy defenseless, if he notices you put your weapon away or start to walk away, he will attack.
Sure,
So, be
not
careful.
anymore.
When you hold an enemy up, sometimes he will give you an item. Conducting a hold-up presents risks, but it is a useful technique.
He doesn't say anything about the empty gun. Oh, okay.
Major, tell me a little bit more about the space race.
Here we
In
go.
1957, the Soviet Union succeeded in launching their first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into orbit. Having been beaten to the chase by the Soviets, the US government accelerated its own space program in an effort to catch up. The following year, the space development programs of the various service branches were united to form the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That same year, the Mercury program was launched with the goal of putting a man into space. 7 candidates were chosen from the military as the first astronauts. These were the men with the right stuff. But as you know, it was a Soviet cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin, who made the first successful manned spaceflight 3 years ago. NASA's first successful ballistic flight came 1 month after Gagarin's mission, with the Freedom 7 carrying Alan Shepard into space. After that, with America still lagging behind the Soviets in orbital flight, President Kennedy made a momentous decision: that America would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Yeah, I heard that speech, but a lot of guys I knew weren't real happy about it. They said no one was going to make them go on a mission to blow up some damn moon base.
But rocket research and missile research are closely related. Imagine, if you will, a Soviet Union able to send wave after wave of nuclear missiles raining down on Washington from a base on the surface of the moon. Even if that's still a long way from reality, if we lose the initiative, we may never get it back. We're left with no choice but to keep moving forward one step at a time. The Gemini program, launched 2 years ago, represents the initial step towards establishing a moon base. And yet, I don't want to call President Kennedy a liar, but I simply can't imagine that in 6 years man will have reached the moon.
I don't know. I never even thought we'd make it up into space. I guess it all depends on whether you have the will to make it happen.
Perhaps you're right.
I think the space race call. This is his last call. Well, until we reach the area with enemies, at least. So we should be good. I got that continue for paramedic. Let's do another save call. Another couple.
Saving the game, Snake?
There's just so many. Well, considering that Snake doesn't know how to take off his pants, maybe he's got a poop flap. And that's how he poops in the jungle? I don't know. Of course, it's the boss that invented everything. Who is it that invented stealth, sneaking CQC, made Snake into what he is, and has their will
Snake, do you know the
misinterpreted?
creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
Could it be
These
Kojima?
scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came From Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine. I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fishman?
You started it.
I guess I forgot to talk about it during the rant earlier. Another obvious parallel tells us that the boss is Kojima. Is that they made Snake, invented the special forces and sneaking missions in the game, and CQC made Snake into what he is, and have their will misinterpreted, and failed to be passed on.
Do you want to say...
Of course the boss is Kojima. Just with boobs, because he felt like it. Actually, the boss's boobs have a very specific purpose as well, or at least they did originally. But we'll go over that much later in the game when we're fighting her.
Snake, have you heard of It Came From Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
So this astronomer sees a meteor, but it's really an alien spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite realistic.
I've got all the real I can handle here in the jungle.
No, you don't get it. Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you, it makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago.
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders. One day you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it, Snake.
And someday, somebody will watch you control the characters in those movies. Sounds like magic. Alright, let's go get some meat. Could be some grenades around here. Where? Oh. It actually takes a second to find them in the grass. Let's maybe get a magazine too. Oh, he's shooting that poor crocodile. Alright, you're just in the way. That's a very sleepy croc now. Hey, Mazeroth, thank you for the 19 months or so. So anything you can throw, you can feed to gavials here. Including grenades. When they stop for a second, open their mouth. Come on, open up. Whoops. So keep that, throw this. You can feed him a magazine. Ah, he closed his mouth. Damn it. What was the one magazine I had? Well, it doesn't really do anything. You just eat it. And go like, question mark? You can feed them their own meat. Why not? Unfortunately, even poisonous things don't kill them. You can get some later in the game. You can get any in the Virtuous mission, but and if you get like a poison mushroom or something, they don't die from it. But we can just throw things in there. It's a little cute mechanic. You think making it a cannibal would be like cruel or something, but the truth is that crocodiles fucking eat each other all the time, apparently, so that's not that big of a deal. Rules of nature, bitch. I get the call about it. We'll be going through all the food items slowly.
I see you've captured an Indian gavial. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
This call was originally connected to the Godzilla call for some reason. They separated them into a save call and food call. Let's see, what else do we have here? Some magpie. Holy crap, it's Tiggle! With the tier 3. 78 months. Thank you so much, dude. Good to see you. So the magpie... let's try doing the call after eating one, actually. Now I have to get another one. Okay, it just flew away. Some of these calls really aren't all that interesting if you already eat one. We don't want it to fall into the mud because it'll die and drown and die. Yeah, I'm gonna keep falling for it. Uh-oh. Oh, that reminds me. We need to get the low health call. Get hit a couple times here.
Snake, do you read? Snake!
Major.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're far from okay. Look at your life gauge. You're on your last leg.
No, I can still...
See?
Snake, this is a solo sneaking mission. Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Huh?
It means there's no backup, no cavalry. If you're taken out, nobody is there to take your place. Pull out for now and recuperate.
Find a hiding place and get some rest. Your life gauge will gradually recover with time. But the speed of your life gauge recovery depends on the level of your stamina gauge. So get plenty to eat, then get some rest. You hear me? Do you hear me?
I hear you.
You can only get that call kind of early in the game. The taste acquisition things. Acquiring taste doesn't make everything heal full stamina. But every bad food item the snake doesn't like say the mushrooms or even the magpies, it basically has a minimum and a maximum stamina it gives. Like it gives a little bit at first, or it can give up to, I think, 1 bar, so like 25% of it. And sometimes you get somewhere in between. And I wouldn't say that it takes forever to develop the taste, like maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 tops things. Snake will still say that it tastes bad, but instead of recovering like 2 pixels of stamina, it will recover 25%, up to 25%. Okay, I need to get this fucking thing when it sits down there. Come on. Ah! Got it. Oh, shit. Nice! I didn't think it would get me mid-roll there. Holy shit. That was cool. Okay, so we just need to get the Indian Gabriel call out of the way again. That's not too bad. Nice. Actually, it's a good thing that there's grenades here. They're kind of a pain in the ass to kill with a knife. They take quite a lot of hits. The stab works. Hey, whoops. Let's do... Fuck it, let's eat it now. I'll do the other version of it. So we have to redo it. Due to unfortunate circumstances.
Not too bad.
Oh, that surprised me. I really didn't expect it would get me in mid-roll. An instant fucking death. This is probably the worst spot to get a magpie in the whole game. Nice. I need to get those grenades too.
Gross.
We'll probably find some ahead as well, but there's actually quite a few weapons in the Versus mission that are easy to miss, so you can get the boss to talk about them.
I see you've captured an Indian gavial. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures.
If I remember right,
Adult
it's not
males
worth
grow to
eating
over
this
6
one
meters in
first.
length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
I tried the meat. It was great.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
But be careful when...
That's the extent of it. Changes. Did I eat the magpie? Yes. Okay. Let's see.
I see you've captured a magpie. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh? They taste... well, you should know since you've already eaten one.
Yeah, it didn't taste all that great.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, no kidding.
Snake?
What?
I was being sarcastic.
Oh, really? I didn't notice.
I guess it's kind of better to eat the magpie for that exchange. Yeah, just Snake holding the bird in his fist and stuffing it in his mouth. Delta better have that. Can equip the cigar here to avoid the hornets. The smoke keeps them away.
I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful.
I wonder how they're going to handle all of that, but given that they have loading screens for changing camos, hopefully they'll at least keep the iconic scenes, the few food items that do have scenes to them when you eat them, like the snake, the fish, what else is there? There's some pure videos as well. Actually, we should try to get all those. What other videos are there? Snake eating. There's one for snakes, one for fish, for sure. Is that the only ones? I know all the other little video clips are for healing, I think. There's only 2 food ones that I can think of right now. One with the arowana and one with the reticulated python. But any fish or snake will trigger it randomly. It's funny if the little fish triggers the arowana scene. Actually, I don't know if it does that. But yeah, all the other little clips are healing clips. Yeah, who knows what the fuck they're gonna do with it. Okay. Let's get... Oh, shoot. You know what I forgot to do? In the midst of all this, we're also doing the Caratans. You're gonna do one big run of everything at once. All the camos, face paints, animals, and Caratan. So let's go back here for a second. Alright, got the one here. Almost forgot. Then once we get to the next area, we can see one up close. And well, you can see it up close here, but The one in the next area specifically seems to work to trigger the call about it. Shooting bitches, yes. This is just gonna be a very chaotic, very chunky run with lots of messing around and weird stats by the end. The one in here. There's 64 of these in almost every area. There's only 2 areas in the game that don't have them. Let's see if we get the steam from the python. Oh, but wait. Then, if I eat it, I won't get the steam from it. I mean, I won't get the call from it. Fuck it. I guess we'll wait, or we'll get another one. Is there another one here? And then there's 3 frogs in here. Bug juice. Nice. Maybe we should get the thermals first. Ooh, I hear a frog. I kinda want to get 2 of everything, but sometimes it's a little annoying. So that we can get the call about eating it. But really, it's as easy as just reload the area, because everything respawns, I think, when you reload the area. That's really not that bad. Not all the time, though. Not everything, I think. Maybe? I don't know. It might, actually. Okay, so now there should be another frog. I see it. And then there should be another python here. I was playing a little bit of the PS2 version yesterday. It's just way different aiming. I didn't get to see. It's crazy. We're 3 hours in and we're in this second area. And just 3. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. She might talk about the frog first. So I better eat it. Fuck, I need to call her one thing at a time. Oh, we can just do it twice now. As I'm looking at her, yeah, we're taking it real slow. But it's just a lot of good stuff in there.
I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest
say it's
snake in the
objectively
world.
harder
The
than
biggest
PS2.
ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare. You've eaten one, haven't you?
Yeah, it wasn't half bad.
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Talk to you later.
If nothing else for the frame rate, if not for the resolution, it's objectively harder on PS2. You have a slower rate of fire with everything. You have half the time to counter the boss's CQC, and you can't see shit at that resolution. It's harder to do the cheese and the fear. It's harder to do the quick shots on the pain. It's harder to counter the boss's CQC. It's just harder on PS2.
I see you've caught a tree frog. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you tossed one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Yeah, I ate one, but it didn't taste that great.
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
I just thought of a couple other things that made it harder on PS2. The SIG spray only hits the end once. And, yeah, what was the other thing? It's weird, it was another one. Dang it just slipped my mind. I thought of two things, I only remembered one. The letters for the animals are just alphabetical order, they're just listing them. Like there's snakes A, B, C, D, E, and so forth. The real letter that nobody knows about what it means is the R. When you capture something alive, something actually dead, it doesn't show up when they're alive. Raw, ration, I don't know. It's not confirmed anywhere what the R stands for. R frog? Raw frog? Because when they're alive, see, this one doesn't say R bird, R gavial. It probably stands for raw, but it's just not confirmed anywhere or spelled out anywhere. It says tree frog meat, the ravage. Okay, what was the other thing I thought about? The SIG spray and... Damn it. Hold on, I got it. It's... God, I got it, like, it's just slipped my mind. Fuck it. If I remember, I'll mention it. Let's see. Same as this here. The Golovas. Not everything is Russian. So what is this? A Russian Indian gavial? A Russian Japanese squirrel?
I want some more.
The 1911 C3 thing. Nah, I mean, you don't need to do that. So it doesn't matter if it's harder to do. It was something else.
Looks like you found a Golova.
Golova?
Yeah, it's a fruit that's found only in that region. It's related to the jackfruit, which is commonly found in Southeast Asia.
Jackfruit, huh?
Yep, he's a cannibal.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm sure you...
I said, I'm sure you'd like it.
Oh.
Golova means head in Russian. It's probably called that because the fruit grows to about the size of a human head. It's supposedly pretty good to eat with a uniquely sweet flavor. The fruit itself is fairly large, so you could make a meal out of it.
Yeah, I tried one. It was pretty good.
Naturally. Golovas grow directly off the trunk of the tree. If you're running low on stamina, it might be a good idea to keep an eye on the tree trunks.
Just in case I don't remember. If I got it, man. We're gonna have to remember all of these. We can finally move on. I could have thrown another save call in there. Now that there's enemies around, Zero will have a call about them. That's what you predicted. I can't think of the other thing I was gonna mention.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. We can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
What'd the boss say? Run around, shoot everybody in the face before they have time to react because they're MGS3 guards and they're slow as shit. Going from MGS2 guards to MGS3 guards, they're basically going from the quickest, best reflex guards in MGS2. They'll kick your ass to, oh, I missed, to the slowest, weakest, slower reaction time, less damage, just everything in MGS3. We needed a bunch of alerts anyway to get the call from the boss. But yeah, that particular shot missed, but whatever. Usually, even when they do see you, they have a little bit of a fraction of a second before they react. That enables you to basically do anything to them. They're also pretty deaf when it comes to noise and footsteps. But anyway, one of the calls we're gonna get with the boss is about getting caught repeatedly, so doesn't hurt if we get an alert too. That's why we're playing on Extreme and not European Extreme.
Just try and pull the trigger.
Okay. As in European Extreme, you just can't play with alerts a lot at all. The game just ends. Okay. Let's put these guys down for good. But non-lethally.
Freeze.
And we hold them up to the ground and leave. But yeah, I wonder if that's also not a reflection of, you know, simplifying things.
Freeze.
It's because it fits perfectly with the theme of simplifying everything, because the players are now dumb. We have accepted that the players are dumb. Snake is dumb. Going from MGS2 to MGS3, you're literally going from the hardest game in the series to the easiest. It's just strangely fitting the narrative. I don't know if it's intentional or not. but it is fitting.
Freeze.
You have the health regen, regens all the way, and you can double its speed. And then just 3, you have the guards doing less damage, have slower reaction times, and they don't have as detailed clearings, but that's probably due to the level design.
Freeze.
And then they always have items, even on European Extreme. In MGS2, there's no items at all on the European Extreme from enemies. Oh, that guy woke up. Nice. He went for the sleeping one of them. Now we're just gonna put him down so that they stay down, but they're still alive. So we can mess around with them. We don't have to worry about them waking up.
Freeze.
There's lots of little interactions to go over now that we have enemies around. And is that all of them? Let's have an assault team in here. That should be all of them. I lied. The real reason we're doing this is to make them shake our asses. So when you search them like this, they have 4 items. I try to create gas people. If you kill them, they only have 1 item. If you put them to sleep, they have 2 items. And if you hold them up, they have 4 items. Including the board. Very important. Or a picture book for gentlemen. Full of stunning photos of young female models. Now they're getting a little more into it with the porn, the evolution of the porn, the series. Let's go get the SVD. That's completely unnecessary and out of the way, but you can actually get the SVD this early, just for the hell of it. So you can play around with some more weapons in the Virtuous mission. God damn it, Tim, are you gonna do some research? for science. Does it say the name? Oh, okay. Gamers. Dim is doing some research right now for scientific research, I hear. I guess, is this a real magazine? I guess it's gotta be. Okay, cool, you got it. Research complete. Research in progress, I guess. I can also use it as storage though. I wonder if they get scared of the easy gun. They probably do. You can also zoom in on the easy gun for no apparent reason. Not really looking down the sights, but it's just to help aim even more. Yeah, so whatever weapons you get in the Virtuous mission, you can get the boss to talk about them. So it's interesting to see how many you can find, because most of them are missing. There's still more than you think. You can get all the different grenades and the porn and the M16, the SVD, all that stuff. I researched this guy, that's right. Only there was some sort of way to tell if it's a rerun or not.
Don't shoot me, please!
We need another porn
Oh,
so that we can put one down. Oh, I guess I have the infinity faceplate. So we can actually put down a lot of porn. I always forget that I have this. Face paint with infinite power. Weapons would not run out of ammunition. Or porn. Can't quite flip the pages yet like in MGS4, but it's getting there. It's an improvement from MGS4, MGS2's porn. At best it flips. I wonder if it stays... you can't flip it completely. We kind of see, I think all the pages are the same. Okay. Yeah, all the pages are the same. Hey, this is important, okay? This is important. How many porn magazines can we put down in MGS3? Let's see. Yeah, more than 12. All the brass here. Magic number. There's like MGS2 brass with firing pin strike on the primer in the back. Nice. The pages are stuck together. I wonder how that could be. And they change these all the time. They change it between Snake Eater and Subsistence, and they change them. Maybe they change them for HD too. They change them for different regions, different versions. All the different versions of MGS3, like the Japanese 3DS. MGS3 has Hooters on the magazine. And who knows how many other little versions there are. All the models and the porn and all the games. I don't want to aim at this guy's bulge.
don't shoot me, please!
Yeah, I figured it was real.
Oh, oh,
It's another anachronism, like Gallery Mates and the Patriot.
oh.
There's another one. Should have left it on the ground. Look at it while it's floating like that. Okay, well, we don't need to search every single one of them. Let's get the call about these guys.
Sokolov. Snake, that region is inside the enemy's area of control.
I know. Time for the real deal.
The enemy is running regular patrols. You don't know when or
They're
where
already
you
down.
might run into them. Use camouflage prudently and proceed with caution. Snake, camouflage uniforms alone are not enough.
Yeah.
Snake,
Yes.
Major, you said the enemy was KGB, right?
I did.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
The 9th?
Yes,
But I thought that was...
exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well.
Do you want to save?
There's also an insane amount of movie save calls, paramedic. I think if he gets started in the Virtuous mission, it kind of carries over in Snake Eater Operation. I forget how it works. There's just so many of them.
Hey, Snake, have you ever seen Forbidden Planet?
No, can't say I have.
It's about this expedition that goes to the planet Altair 4 in an ultra-fast spaceship. When they arrive, they meet the survivor of the last expedition, Dr. Morbius. Dr. Morbius was exploring the planet along with his daughter Altera and the versatile Robbie the robot. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, the expedition team is suddenly attacked by an invisible creature called the Monster from the Id. The special effects they used for the science stuff were really neat. I wish I had a robot like Robbie that could make anything I wanted it to.
I'm more interested in that invisible monster. If I were invisible, I wouldn't have to bother hiding or wearing camouflage.
Maybe someday you'll be able to turn invisible.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Now there's another anachronism in MGS3, the stealth camo. That is Ottokun's invention. But somehow, just because you'd expect it, I guess, it's in the game. Ah, there's no description on it. Damn. An optically deceive enemy eye helping you hide. You can't look at the 3D model of it until MGS4, I guess. It's only for weapons, so you can look at the model of. Oh yeah, this is where the easy gun lies, by the way. It says blah blah blah. When equipped, causes stamina to recover faster. It's true. The lie is also eliminates footstep noise. That's just not true. Unfortunately, I don't know if it was an oversight or something, but the description says that it eliminates footstep noise, but you know, like if we try in this guy or that guy or other. Let's see, let's put him to sleep and wake him up. Now if I run around with the easy gun equipped,
I heard footsteps.
he still hears it.
I heard footsteps. I heard footsteps.
It's a lie. The only item that does that is the sorrow camo. The spirit camo.
What's wrong?
So that's unfortunate. Maybe a little oversight in either the effect or the description of it. We'll go over it more. Is it in PS2? We could test it on PS2. I feel like I've tested it on PS2 too. I don't know if it's Blue Point nonsense. Could be. Yeah, feel free to test it on PS2 maybe. Every time we see something, we always have to wonder, oh, is this the original? Is it Blue Point nonsense? No. I guess since it's a completely cheat item, the stealth camo doesn't have a battery. You'd think, because a lot of other items do, like the thermals, the mine detector, the sensors, but no. And there's no battery to it. Oh wow, Snake's hair looks like the collar. That's not with the stealth camo on. Yeah, Peace Walker. Well, if you develop it all the way, the rank 5 stealth camo is also infinite battery. Just to play with the different ranks of it. Same with the solid on radar in Peace Walker. Anyway, we have our first candidate for the Sorrow. Nice. I need to keep at least some of the Sorrow's ghost slots open for some special characters like Rykov and the flamethrower guys and whatnot. Because the Sorrow caps at 100. So I'm not sure if it's the first 100 people that you kill that show up there, or if it's randomly picked somehow. But just to make sure. Don't kill too many times. Let's go take a look at the Keratin here. This is the one. I don't know if there's others. There probably are others that trigger the call, but I use this one. It just works. You go near it and you call paramedic.
Hey, that's Keratin.
Huh?
Right there, see it?
Where?
Right in front of you.
This frog doll?
That's Keratin. Don't tell me you've never heard of him.
Is he famous or something?
Come on, everybody knows about Keratin.
Oh, okay. But what's this frog thing doing here?
Keratin.
What?
He's called Keratin.
Right, so what's this Keratin doing here?
He must be getting popular in the Soviet Union.
Here?
Not that you know anything about the magic of Keratin. On the other hand, you might be able to use Keratin's power to help you in your mission.
What did you have in mind?
Keratin cries when you shake him. If the enemy hears that, they might come to check it out. Maybe you could use it as a diversion. And I hear that if you find all of the Keratins and shake them, something good will happen. Try it out.
That's another way you can get stealth camo. You can get stealth camo by either finishing the game with no alerts, which is much easier, by the way, or shooting all 64 Keratins. If you just do it for the hell of it, you also get the title, little drawing at the end of the title screen. But if you purely care about the stealth camo, I would advise just finishing the game with no alerts, which is much easier than finding all 64 of these. If I shake, paramedic means shooting it, basically. So once you hear the sound, you know it counts. But you can also keep shooting them. And it turns around, you'll see it's actually a little piggy bank with a coin slot in the back. If you keep shooting them, the pitch will change, and eventually they'll die. It doesn't work anymore. You don't have to kill it all the way for it to count. Just one hit is enough. How are they yelling when you're fighting enemies? Are you shooting them during alerts or what? They don't make that sound on their own. You gotta be hitting them in some way. Alright, we got the thermal goggles in here too. Now it'll be a little easier to find items, or animals rather. An accident. Oh yeah. Another really advanced PS2 feature. Oh fuck, I killed him. Damn. I guess we'll find someone else. I think that guy tells you about the fruit. As always, the really advanced PS2 features of being able to interrogate somebody and actually have voice acting to it. Imagine.
Speak. If you climb trees,
Oh no, it's this guy.
there's fruit. Speak. Inside fallen trees.
They all give you little hints. Sometimes they give you useful radio frequencies that you can call, either for the healing radio or special frequencies to call off the alerts, or special frequencies to bomb the area.
Speak. Bastard.
As those are some of the more interesting things that they can tell you about.
Speak. If you climb trees,
And insanely advanced PS2 features, such as voice acting when interrogating people, or holding somebody up with an empty gun and going click, and they react. Except, well, it's an MGS3 guard, so he missed, and he was a little slow, but at least they react. Something advanced like a PS2 game can do this.
who's that?
Nap time. Luckily, the other guys are not tied to his alert. In MGS3, you can actually hold them up during alerts too. They don't get up until somebody finds them. Otherwise, all those guys would have gotten up. Well. Oh, give me a trophy, actually. When it's done lagging. There we go. It should have been a trophy for breaking their neck. Because actually, I didn't know for a long time. You can also break their neck. And just one style. I think it'd be replaced by the knife to the throat. But if you keep choking them, you can also do that. And killed a couple in different ways. Some of these guys are assault unit guys. I wonder. If you hold them up on the ground, they will give you items. But if you hold them up standing up, the assault unit is tough guys in MGS3. Like the MGS2 tough guys. But no dog tags this time. What? No. I just killed that guy with the knife. And then I choked a different guy. Is that short alert enough? Yes. If it says alert at all on screen, in red letters, alert, even for a millisecond, that's an alert. It counts as an alert. If it says caution or whatever else, doesn't count.
Don't shoot!
I think if you interrogate the assault team, they also have different things to say. They just insult you. They have nothing interesting to say. Is this guy an assault team guy? Let's see. You can find out by...
Just try and pull the trigger.
Yeah, he is.
Speak. The big snakes taste the best.
Oh, he does say something useful. I thought he just insulted you. The big snakes taste the best.
Speak.
That's what she said.
Even threatening. won't show their dog tags.
Yeah, no dog tags in this game.
Answer me.
Let me go!
Speak.
The big snakes taste the best.
Freeze.
There's definitely some that just insult you and say anything useful.
Freeze. Answer me.
When you walk on moist soil, your footprints...
Oh yeah, another advanced PS1 feature. Footprints matter.
Speak. Bastard. Speak.
When you walk on
Freeze.
Let's interrogate one more.
Freeze.
Please don't!
He's not a tough guy.
Huh.
I actually didn't have any smoke grenades.
Huh.
Can also do some interesting animations here.
Huh.
Favorite CQC animation? I don't know. I guess the slam is pretty useful, and the hold up to the ground. It's not actually hitting him.
Answer me.
The crocodiles are ferocious.
Speak. Bastard.
This is really useful. That you can do this
Freeze.
and then hold them up on the ground. You can also do it the other way. I usually do it forward, but you can also do it back. Throw it forward or backwards like that.
Freeze.
Did I miss? Oh. So the next area we're gonna play again with the checkpoints because that's where we're gonna get all the bosses calls. Let me make sure I have as much stuff as I can get right now. All the grenades, the Born, the SVD. Okay. Got exactly one round left.
Please don't!
Certainly somebody has something.
Don't shoot!
Unfortunately, you have to physically be close to them for them to get scared. Like if I shoot this guy from here, he's not gonna get scared. Otherwise, you can search all of them from a distance. Yeah, be close. Did I really search all of them already?
Please don't!
Oh, that'll do. Let's throw in another save call.
You want to save?
Well, 4 hours in, we almost made it to the third area, or the fourth area. Well, technically only about 2 in the game.
Snake, have you seen Earth versus the Spider?
Nope.
It's about this spider that suddenly mutates into a giant monster. They bring it into the city in a state of hibernation, but it wakes up and starts wrecking the place.
So why did the spider turn huge?
I told you, it suddenly mutated.
Yeah, right.
Snake, it's people like you that take all the fun out of watching movies. Always nitpicking and taking things too seriously. Honestly, why even bother? Look, the important thing isn't that it got big.
Then what is important?
The fact that there's a huge spider destroying the city. Suspend your disbelief. That's the whole point of movies.
That's probably how Kojima felt about people in MGS2. I don't know how long I'm gonna go for. At least 8 hours, but maybe I do need to kind of adjust my sleep schedule. So maybe I'll just do an outrageously long stream. I don't know. I was up for a while. My sleep is all fucked up right now. We'll see if I get tired. So we did get the keratin here. We'll get the M16 here, and then head back, play with the checkpoint a little bit. Because this is the last area where you can call the boss. If you get past this area, she will not answer anymore. Oh yeah, we also need to farm some more alerts for her call where she gets pissed. You get too many alerts. For now, no, we'll just do this. I wonder if I missed a call about it.
Sokolov should... You can climb up on...
Fuck, I was just thinking too fast there.
Snake, press the left...
Yeah, he's not going to talk about it.
Press the...
Oh well, fuck it. Another thing that I always do is follow this guy too quickly, cross the bridge, and then once you cross the bridge, you can't get the calls about it, I think. So let's see.
A suspension bridge, is it? If you cross that, you'll be revealed to enemies in every direction. To cross the bridge, you'll have to do something about the enemies in the area first. You could put them to sleep with a long-range tranquilizer shot, or you could get in close, lure them to you, and take them out.
What bullet drop?
Use a first-person view attack to hit enemies from afar, but be warned, if you don't take them out in one hit, your cover will be blown. When attacking from afar, it's crucial that you hit a vital spot dead on. To lure an enemy to you, deliberately make a noise or throw food at him to get his attention.
I wonder if he's still gonna say that in Delta with the bullet drop.
Snake, I'm sure you realize that a fall into that canyon would be instant death. Of course, the same goes for enemies. Snake, I'm sure you realize that
That's it?
Snake, if you find...
Those are the two calls about it I usually miss because it's just autopilot, shoot the hornet's nest and follow the guy.
Snake, I'm...
Okay. So he's so kind to bring the hornets to every other guard in the area. There's two guys and the guy behind there. There's 4 of them, and they all leave when you do this. They actually go through the loading screen in the other area. And you can do this multiple other areas in the game. Some of them working a little wonky. We'll look at it later, but when the enemies leave like this, they actually come back after a while. No, anything falling off to their deaths is not a direct kill. Basically, the only thing that counts as a kill is either, stabbing or slashing somebody's throat or shooting them with a lethal weapon. Due to their deaths, of course. If you just injure them, it doesn't matter. So literally the only thing that matters is if you shoot somebody dead, or kill them with a knife, if you want to be specific. Snap their throats, snap their necks or slit their throats. Something that you directly apply death to. So when these guys come back, we can hear them ahead of time. They'll do like a little sigh of relief sound effect, and then come back. And now we'll start from the one in the back. The others don't notice. It's not a big deal. I also need to let them walk closer so that they don't fall asleep all the way there. Yes, these are weapons. The knife is a weapon. Everything that's a lethal weapon kills them. If you just hit them directly with it. I wonder if we can we slope engine this guy here? There we go. Really, hold on. Let's put him down for good. Those guys are gonna wake up. Now we can use the M16 to aid in such operations. Having a rifle equipped makes it a little bit easier you to wake him up and hold him up and whatnot. You don't have to do the whole combo.
Freeze. Freeze. Freeze.
Okay, now we can fuck with him. Of course, there's all sorts of little things you can do on the bridge. And with the ropes. Except in the 3DS version, they completely removed that. In the 3DS version, I learned recently that the ropes just cannot be destroyed in that piece of shit.
Freeze. No, wait.
We
Freeze.
or we can just shoot it, or we can use a knife. Doesn't matter. Whoops. And we'll get more and more unstable the more ropes you destroy. I can't believe that they took this shit out. Anyway, let's just forget that version exists, please. Somebody will repair this for the cutscene. That's okay. There's a call about it. It looks scary, but you can never really fall off.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north.
It's just a little annoying when you grab onto the side of it.
Sokolov. When you press the weapon button,
Nothing?
the assault rifle.
Okay. I don't know why I'm doing this. I mean, it's cool that you can do it, but It just makes it a pain in the ass to cross the bridge. Oh. I think that's all of them. We stay perfectly centered. Maybe. And take it slow. If you start running, it'll slip off. Fuck. We can also just use the movement of the bridge itself to have people have happy accidents. The road triggers the animation where they slip and fall, but they can still fall. Let's see, this is a radio guy. Yeah, well, I'm still not a fan of the fact that they took out that feature and many others. Stuff we just... maybe swing it around a little bit. Whoops. Not a kill. Wasn't my fault. Gravity killed him. That's the logic. Oh wow, that was useful. To drift away. Why did I wake him up? I don't suppose you can get TNT in this. I gotta try putting a TNT on one of these guys, and then... I suppose... we could, maybe... No, you probably can't. Yeah, you would have to go back after you meet Eva, basically. Put a TNT on them and then throw them off the bridge and detonate in midair.
Freeze!
Whoops. Also not a kill. Now just... Snake actually just lets go of them automatically. If you hold them over the edge here. It's okay. We'll survive the fall in the cutscene. Okay, now we gotta go back and get the checkpoint. Okay. Saved. Get this too while we're at it. Now we're gonna get all the equipment related calls and other calls with the boss here before she disappears. Let me get a bunch of alerts first. See how long it took him to actually alert? Maybe we can farm alerts with a stealth camo.
Who's that?
Nope, they can attack during it. Yeah.
Damn it! Who's that?
This is not too useful. So once we get a certain amount of alerts, it'll get that call with the boss. officer does not. The snake keeps getting caught. I'm not sure how many it takes to do a couple more.
Who's that? Who's that?
What the hell have you been doing these past 5 years anyway?
What's with you all of a sudden?
It's like you've forgotten everything I taught you.
That's not true.
Then why do you keep getting spotted?
Because I
You
wanted to
keep
call.
getting spotted because your camouflage isn't effective enough and because you're not being careful enough. Pay attention to your camouflage index. Watch how the enemy moves and proceed one step at a time. Is that clear? Is that clear?
Okay.
Okay, Mom. Damn. Getting that call naturally would suck. Oh, look, this guy's awake now, and he's walking on the bridge. Oh, I already tried all the ropes, though. The guards just magically know how to walk straight on the bridge. So I don't know if we can make him fall off. I'll probably have to move it around a bit. Probably not. But if there was even one rope I could shoot, it would work. Damn, look at him go. He doesn't care. Hold on, I want to see something. Oh, shit. He's making me fall. Look at him. He doesn't care. Giga Chad guard. He's making me fall. It'd be nice if he could shake the bridge like this. No, he doesn't give a fuck.
Footsteps.
Ugh.
Footsteps. Footsteps.
I'm up. Now it matters. Whoops. Man, it's not until you stun though. Nice. Okay, make sure we have nothing else equipped. She already did the OD ammo call. Well, that's okay. It's not a big deal. Actually, she might even have a fucking call for no face paint. So there's no escaping it. Oh, maybe with Infinity? She won't talk about Infinity, but she also wants to say anything about not having it, yes. Okay, that might actually be useful for this. Now we're gonna get the boss to talk about all the gear we have.
Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. There are plenty of places in nature you can use to hide yourself. Search each area carefully in first-person view. If you want to survive in the jungle, you're going to
Here we
need to
go.
hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
There's some people that think that Naked Snake, Big Boss, canonically cannot smell. But this is nothing more than a fourth wall breaking little reference to both an MGS1 call. Our master says that. Trust your instinct as a soldier, as a gamer. And then, of course, reference to the fact that we can see the game, we can hear the game, but we cannot smell the game, thankfully, until Kojima gets his way, because he talked about doing that too, and Sony as well, until they come up with some sort of fucking smell cartridge to put in your controller for this. It's just a reference to the fact that the players can't smell the game. But I think you completely missed that last sentence there where she says, trust your instincts as a gamer. It's easy to misconstrue it as, oh, canonically, Snake cannot smell, so how the whatever other thing happened. No, that's not it. Perhaps a pretty easy to understand example of how sometimes they say things in these games that have some sort of real life explanation as to why they're in the game rather than an in-game explanation. There's quite a few things that are like that, and if this is just a silly little example of it, but I feel like maybe if more people appreciated that and understood that logic behind certain things comes from just development choices, not necessarily in-game logic. Yeah, then it will open a lot of doors to think about the series that way. Like, why is this thing the way it is? In the concept, in the idea, in the development, in the writing, not in the game's logic. A lot of that would apply to MGS2. Makes MGS2 a lot better than just taking at face value. But we have a little example of it here.
If you rapid fire the assault rifle, the recoil of the gun... Equipment captured in the field often needs to be fixed or have its parts replaced before it can be used. But you won't need to worry about that in this mission.
Why's that?
Because your adversaries are highly trained professionals. They'll no doubt have made sure their reserve gear is in working condition.
So in other words,
the
I can
feet
use
smell.
the stuff I pick up right away.
Right. One more thing. When you pick up a new item, don't forget to read its description in the window.
Of course, how could I forget? Kojima's idea about implementing smell must have come around the time he started scanning feet. Wait a minute. We're on to something. God damn it. Of course, that's why he wants to implement it.
You said the enemy is equipped with AK-47s, didn't you? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. It's employed not only by the Soviets, but throughout the entire Eastern Bloc. It uses 7.62 millimeter by 39 ammunitions, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The AK is reliable, precise, powerful, and easy to handle. In short, one of the best assault rifles there is.
Fuck, why don't you just defect to the side then?
Don't even think about getting into a one-man firefight against an enemy unit equipped with AKs. Avoid battle as much as possible. Are we clear?
If you like it so much, make a Draco out of it instead of a Patriot. Damn, the boss is like an AK fan. Okay, well, since she feels like talking about gear, yeah, always get more save calls in the process, but...
You want to save? Hold on a sec. Snake, have you seen the movie Them?
No.
It's about these giant ants that appear in the desert of New Mexico after a nuclear test. The army tries to fight them off with flamethrowers. The ants were so big that they filled up the entire screen. The whole movie theater was screaming.
An ant that big could make a good meal.
Yeah, well, if you find any, don't eat them.
Come on, they're not that bad for you.
If you end up growing huge like that, you won't have any place left to hide.
Just like a Gurlugon.
Hey, I'm just to Snake Tales in VR reference. Finally, maybe some people will get that now that we actually did all that stuff. The Gurlugon, and I'm just a giant Gurlukovich soldier. Okay, we'll get this checkpoint real quick. Throw in another save call, because there's just so many of them.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
And then we'll do all the gear calls with the boss.
Snake, have you ever seen Jason and the Argonauts?
I can't say I have.
It's based on Greek mythology. There's this ship called the Argo, and it sets sail in search of the Golden Fleece. Along the way, it encounters many dangers. They run into all kinds of monsters, like bronze giants and the deadly seven-headed Hydra and the vicious bird-like harpies. The most spectacular part of all was the battle scene with an army of skeletons. It was like they were actually standing up and fighting.
Are you serious?
If you don't believe me, go see it for yourself. Then you'll understand the magic of movies. It was totally amazing.
Yeah, all right. If I make it back alive, I'll go see it.
It just came out, so I'm sure it'll still be playing.
So the thing is, each piece of gear that the boss talks about, later Stigant will not talk about. But we can get around that with a checkpoint abuse here. So like if I do the M16 call with the boss right now, then later in the game, Sigint will not talk about the M16. Which is a shame because some of the calls are much better. And they're just different calls with Sigint about some of this gear. But if I just do the calls now and then get a continue and then we load the checkpoint, it will be as if it never happened into the game. So that's how you can get around and do both versions of it. Let's start with the Mark 22, because actually it did not come to me until years after the game came out that they picked the perfect combination of MGS2 guns to go into MGS3, because it's easy to miss. Even I missed it for a long time. But how they keep referring to this as the Hush Puppy, because it's the slight lock mechanism and tranquilizer on it, but also the Mark 22. It's like they combined the two things from MGS1, 2, or even within MGS2. So we have the same slight lock mechanism and suppressor, and referred to as the Hush Puppy mechanism that we get on the M9 in MGS2 with the slide lock and the suppressor. But we also get the designation that the Special Forces use as the Mark 23, only it being its predecessor, the Mark 22. So I don't know if they thought about it this much, but it's the perfect combination, the perfect prequel gun coming from MGS2 into MGS3, merging the Mark 23 and the M9 from MGS2. It's perfect. I see why they picked this. You know what, Linners? It's weird how some of the Beretta marketing actually uses M92 FS, or M92F at least. Some obscure, I forget if it's a manual box, some other thing that I've seen. It's fucking weird because it shouldn't be a thing, and it isn't, most of the time, but I've seen at least one other place where it shouldn't be. Like it's either the M9 or the 92, but M92 close enough. Anyway, that blew my mind when I realized this. Let's do it. All the calls here, all the weapons and the camos and items.
The gun you're using is a test model of a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from is itself being developed for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's what they're going to call it if they decide to adopt it for official use. It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots. There's talk of designing the Mark 22 to accommodate special subsonic rounds, but for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the tranquilizer into the target. You can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head, but if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully.
I'm sure it's in plenty of games. It just says that, maybe.
I see you've got the survival knife equipped. The survival knife is a necessity in the field. Press the weapon button to swing the knife. Press it repeatedly to perform a combo attack. The knife lets you kill an enemy silently, so you should find it useful when the situation calls for stealth. In addition to fighting the enemy, you can also use the knife to capture wild animals. That one knife can provide you with everything you need to survive in the field. Use it well.
Some of these calls, most of these calls are more fun with SIGINT. Except the book. Except the porn call with the boss.
What is that you have in your hands? Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing? Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground and you might be able to divert their attention.
What did the boss mean by this? Of course, they want you to think of a certain thing. That he taught Snake how to fap without porn. It's kind of like the same thing that Eva talks about later. If you need my help, if you need help with that kind of stuff, just tell me. Distracting the enemy. No. Yeah, the boss invented fapping too, of course. Nobody fapped until the boss came up with it.
I see you've got your hands on an SVD. The SVD is the Soviet Union's most advanced automatic sniper rifle. It's said to be better designed and more durable than anything the West has.
It looks kind of like an AK-47.
The shape is similar, but the internal mechanism is one of a kind. It uses 7.62 by 54 millimeter rimmed cartridges, which are more powerful and precise than the ones the AK uses. It can be a powerful weapon if you know how to use it. Sniper rifles aren't meant to be used on the move.
The joy.
When you equip one, you'll immediately go into first-person view. The more stable your stance, the less your hands will shake when you're aiming the rifle. Make sure you're lying down before attempting to make a long-distance shot. To use the scope, press the aim button. You can also use the action button to change the level of magnification. By taking out enemies from a distance with the sniper rifle, you can shift the odds in your favor. Use it well.
Rip this call, though. The controls are going to be different in every version after this. Of course. It's another name for the boss.
The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle-tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo-painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the Enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the Action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants.
Unbelievable PS2 technology, never to be seen again. Well, after... whatever, you know what the fuck I mean. A functional selector. No. Impossible. Such things cannot be made in the Fox engine. Oh well. Lost PS2 technology. We'll never know how to do it again. Interesting that in Delta we saw from the footage that they changed the birdcage flash hider to the 3-prong, the older version, which makes sense because it's still a prototype. Although they did have both at the same time, they overlap at some point in history. But they changed it. Wonder what other weapon changes they made, if any. The XM16 call is much more interesting with SIGINT also. I wonder if, because they talk about how stupid the 3-round burst is, I wonder if Snake just doesn't feel comfortable, doesn't want to talk about it with the boss, because he thinks it's stupid, the 3-round burst. And it was, honestly. It's interesting that they talk about it with SIGINT, not the boss at all.
You've got a directional microphone. The directional microphone is a high-performance listening device. When you equip it, you'll go into first-person view, where the microphone will pick up sounds in whichever direction it's facing. By pointing the microphone into the forest, you can sometimes hear the footsteps of enemy soldiers lurking beyond the trees. In jungle combat, success depends on how well you can sense the enemy's presence. Use it wisely.
And it can be cool for a couple things. You're also aware that it has a robot face on the back. You can now not unsee it. The 2 knobs in the mouth. It's staring at you. We can use it to you can use it to confirm that you've hit some of the faraway Keratans or footsteps, or find the end. It's not too useful, but it's kind of cool. Oh yeah, you can use it to hear additional animal and horse sounds later. Yeah, so that's all the stuff I have equipped right now. No, the boss does not have a Patriot call. I know. It sucks. That's actually everything. I'm pretty sure. Maybe an easy gun call, but the easy gun is SIGINT's baby. It's its most proud invention. So definitely do that one with SIGINT. She probably doesn't have any calls about this stuff. Hey, look, I stole your gun. She's probably gonna talk about something else.
You mentioned the enemy was also carrying grenades, correct? Those grenades are RGD-5s, the standard blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army. You can protect yourself from a large part of the blast and shrapnel from a grenade by lying flat on the ground. If someone throws a grenade at you and you sense that you can't get away in time, get into a crawl position. It should reduce the damage to a minimum.
She sounds pissed about the easy gun. Cause it's kind of a heat item. Wait, can we get the grenade call after the enemy grenade call?
I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rochnaya Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian. It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyarev design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that. When you see an enemy, the first thing to do is conceal
no single action
yourself
army
and
call.
watch what he's doing. If you make any sudden moves, your camo index will decrease, and there's a good chance the enemy will catch sight of you. And don't start to panic just because an enemy is acting like he knows you're there. It doesn't necessarily mean he's figured out exactly where you are. As long as you hide someplace like the bushes and stay perfectly still, you'll usually come out all right. Stay calm, keep a grip on the situation, and use clear judgment. Got it?
Does the boss only have 2 personal data pages or 3? Don't remember.
Your ultimate objective in this mission is
Definitely
to
doesn't
find
have 4.
Sokolov and get him to safety,
Like
not
everybody
to
else.
slaughter the enemy.
So basically, I should avoid getting into battles, right? You don't have to tell me.
To avoid battles, it will be essential to scout out the enemy's numbers and positions. That's what your binoculars are for.
Let's see what she says about the easy gun. I don't remember actually. It's been a while.
I see you're using the Easy Gun. The Easy Gun is a silent tranquilizer gun for special ops use, developed for Fox by the CIA's Technology Division.
A silence tranquilizer gun. I don't see a suppressor on here.
Apparently, the tranquilizer rounds themselves are designed to suppress the sound.
Interesting. In other words, I won't have to worry about the suppressor wearing out on me, right?
That's right. It's also equipped with a laser sight, so that you can make accurate shots even at a distance. In addition, merely equipping the Easy Gun should have a positive effect on your camo index. I've even heard it helps you recover your stamina. Put it to good use.
She's not pissed about it. Yeah, just acts cheat item. I want to see something. Where is it ejecting? Maybe it isn't. It doesn't eject. Okay. Fuck it. I want to see what the brass looks like, but it just doesn't eject anything. Magic gun. Okay, cool. Let's see. Where do you think I'm from? That's a fun game.
You got a magazine, huh? That's an empty magazine for your guns. It can be an effective weapon itself,
It's
if you
fucking
know how to
random.
use it.
You mean throwing them at people?
No, you can't take out an enemy just by throwing a magazine at him. But if you use the sound it makes when it lands to attract the enemy's attention,
I get it. It creates a diversion.
weapons will be in short supply during this mission. If you want to succeed, you'll need to use your head.
What head? That is a pretty random guess.
I see you've got a smoke grenade. The smoke grenade does exactly what the name implies. It creates a thick,
At least make it spaghetti
dispersion-resistant
in the
cloud of
gun.
white smoke that blocks the enemy's field of vision. It should be useful when you need to make a quick getaway. Keep it in mind.
One of the most useful items ever, chaff grenade, and MGS3. I wonder if you can shoot grenades to make them go off in MGS3, but they actually go off too quickly, so probably doesn't matter. But MGS2 you almost have to, they take forever to go off. And I fell off, fuck it. Hey.
That's an interesting grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before.
Apparently it's designed to disrupt radio waves by scattering tiny pieces of metal into the air. The Russians probably developed it as a personal anti-electronics weapon. You can use that grenade to block radio communications between enemy soldiers.
Then they won't be able to call for reinforcements, huh?
That's right. But remember that as long as the radio disruption lasts, your active sonar and motion detector will also be rendered inoperable.
What the hell? What? Okay. Europeans speak flawless English? Where
That's
have you
certainly
been?
a strange-looking grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen one like this. What is it?
It must be a new type of grenade developed by the Russians. From what I can tell, it's a non-lethal weapon that uses a flash of light and intense sound to overpower the senses of human targets. You can probably use that grenade to knock out the enemy without killing them. It might prove useful.
Let's see. I think that's everything here, weapons-wise. The cigar call is interesting.
Are you smoking a cigar?
Uh-huh.
I don't approve of you smoking during the mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did.
Ugh.
But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
Asia.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
They've been playing around with the idea of making a boss prequel for years now. If it ever happens, I hope they'll keep this in mind, that the boss used to smoke cigars too. Better see her smoking in that. Hopefully it never happens, but it probably will at some point.
I see you're using binoculars. The ones you've got are a high-performance military model equipped with a zoom function.
Yeah, they give me a flat image across the entire viewing range.
They're completely waterproof and highly shock and flame resistant. You won't need to worry about them breaking. Scouting is key during a sneaking mission. If you can determine enemy positions and the lay of the land from a distance, it'll make your job that much easier. Use them wisely.
Oh yeah, not use salt. But yeah, apparently, yeah, it pukes back into your wound. Ugh. The salt also make it puke. Let's see what. These are just kind of useless calls.
Your objective in this mission isn't to get into fights.
She doesn't even have a bug use call. I think maybe paramedic would say something about the phantasm.
Enemies pose a
No?
greater
No?
threat
Okay.
when they patrol in squads. The members of
Really? You mean I can't suture my wound first? Or I can't bandage the wound first and then suture it? Damn it.
You have some life medicine on you. Life medicine is a recent pharmaceutical product developed by the Soviet Union. It works with your metabolism to quickly treat wounds. If you use it, you can recover life on the spot. Try it when your life is starting to run low in battle.
Okay, we'll ever go through some of the camos. And then you remove the bullet, of course. Yeah, the easy gun is a tuxedo gun.
Snake,
What's up, boss?
don't you what's up me. Just what do you think you're doing?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What is that camouflage you're wearing?
Oh, this. What do you think?
Of all the...
Looks pretty good on me, doesn't it?
Are you out of your mind? You can't wear that in battle. It's like saying to the enemy, hey, here I am, shoot me.
Well, I'll admit it is a little on the flashy side,
Then why don't you...
but it does look good on me, doesn't it? You don't think so?
Listen, wise ass, camouflage isn't gonna do jack if it doesn't help you blend in with your surroundings.
Well, I think it looks good on me.
Fine, wear whatever you want.
Thought you'd like it.
Nick really wants to be recognized for his looks. But the boss won't have none of that shit. Yeah, I thought you'd like it. Come on, looks good on me, right? Hey?
I see you're wearing the black camouflage. People tend to associate black camo with night operations, but that's not always the case. Wearing all black when you're out in the forest at night makes your silhouette darker and more prominent, and you end up standing out instead. To get the most out of your camouflage, it's essential to choose a pattern that matches your surroundings, even at night. Don't forget that.
He says that, and then you can get like 95% camo index at night with this. Okay.
I see you're wearing the squares pattern camouflage. The squares camouflage consists of a series of squares, each varying slightly in color and shape from the next. It has the effect of making the contours of the person wearing it more difficult to distinguish. You'll find it especially useful against brick and rusted metal backgrounds.
Conveniently, there's a building that looks just like this ahead.
I see you're wearing the tree bark camouflage. The tree bark pattern was originally created for use by hunters. Unlike the somewhat abstract design seen in other patterns, tree bark is characterized by a design that resembles photographs of stumps and branches pasted together. It's especially good when you're pressed up against a tree.
You can get 90%. Yeah, what a difference. 90, 25. Still with the cigar equipped.
I see you're wearing the leaf pattern camouflage. The leaf pattern was developed to provide cover in forest environments. The U.S. military isn't the only one using it. Countries that anticipate operating in forest environments are developing various types of patterns, each suited to the vegetation of the particular region. The Soviets and the Eastern European countries all use their own unique patterns. Leaf pattern camo will give you an especially low profile in areas of thick vegetation.
Yeah, we've only got a couple left because she doesn't have calls about the special ones.
I see you're wearing the tiger stripe camouflage. The tiger stripe pattern has been in use since 1959 among the South Vietnamese Marine Corps. But the pattern originated with the French. It's said that it developed out of the brushstroke pattern, also known as lizard camouflage. It provides some cover in trees and grass, but it's especially effective in earth and mud environments. You should find it useful when you're concealing yourself by crawling on the ground.
She might not like being naked.
Snake, did you take off your uniform?
Yeah,
What's the matter?
just needed to loosen up.
I know there's a naked option under uniform in the camouflage window that lets you take off your uniform. But without a uniform on, your camo index will remain low, and you'll burn through your stamina more quickly. So stop acting like a fool and put some camouflage on now. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Getting scolded again. Yes, Mom. Yeah, that's just about everything. The other camos we have here did not come with the original Snake Eater game. You had to do different things to unlock them, or just play subsistence and pick like MGS3. So they don't have any calls to them, but they do have special effects. Desert Tiger has infinite suppressor. It just says here. Wearing it prevents an equipped suppressor from wearing out. And DPM actually is really useful. It's really good in the grass, but also wearing it doubles the natural life recovery rate. So you regenerate health twice as fast. Flectorn is battery. Wearing it prevents battery drain. Oscam reduces damage. Provides excellent cover against white backgrounds. Wearing it, it drops any damage to 2/3, so it reduces it by 1/3, making it a shittier version of the sneaking suit that reduces it by half. But it's something that you have from the get-go. So these, technically, we call them subsistence camos because they were not in Snake Eater, but technically you could do some sort of wacky things to get them sneakier as downloadable things from things like, I don't know, going to places and promotions and buying OSD discs and whatnot, all the different versions of it. Or DPM you would unlock by doing dual mode. I think special mode and dual mode, which now they remove dual mode from HD, so they just give it to you here. So some of these are unlockable, some are that you could get as a side bonus with things in real life. There's actually a whole bunch of obscure camos like that. And some are Japanese exclusive, of course, and some probably got lost with time. Some are like collabs, exclusives with some companies. Just a bunch of different stuff like that to get the camos. Oh yeah, and then there's all the New Game Plus camos. I almost forgot. Well, now they're New Game Plus camos, but on PS2 you could download these. You could actually download. These are fan-made camos that people submitted, and they were made available to download on PS2 at some point. So these are just called unlocked, and they all have the same camo index, no matter where you go. So it's just for looks, but they have some special effects. There's a couple that have special effects. It just says unlocked, unlocked. There's the grenade camo, which is just olive drab with grenades all over it. This gives you, as you might guess, infinite grenades, infinite ammo grenades. And then we have, I think it's only two actually. The grenade and the mummy one. The mummy is just bandages. So this prevents injuries. This prevents broken legs and stuff like that because you're already bandaged. So it has a little bit of an effect. There's the rainbow one. I forget what some of these stand for. There's a Santa. Of course. That one goes well with this. The green face paint. West Germany. The Valentine's. And all sorts of silly stuff here. Oh, there's East Germany too. Alright, let's just go back here. So now we gotta continue because all those calls, all the gear that the boss talked about, Sigint will not talk about unless I do this. Didge. Alright, now it's going back to the checkpoint when we first entered this area, and nothing after that happened as far as the game is concerned. So those calls never happened. Now we can get him with Sigint also. Well, let me check if there's any other.
You meant.
Why not? She's just gonna go through all the stuff that's not gear. Oh, yeah, I looked at her personal data a little bit. She only has 2, right?
Attack.
A tactical reload call. I got all tutorial things.
Survival viewer. Camouflage is about blending in with nature.
No, really?
The woodland face paint. If you wrap.
Oh yeah, we didn't do the face paint calls, but
Treat.
they're really not that interesting.
Select.
They're pretty self-explanatory.
Stalking is a camo.
So yeah, if you call her enough times, it should go up to 6 pictures. And I guess we'll do that again real quick. Shouldn't take too long. All the CQC controls,
The wood.
all the calls are wrong in the master collection.
Painting your.
Because the controls are fucked.
This. Select.
She literally has wrong tutorial calls. Like you call her, she tells her the wrong buttons in the master collection. Nice.
Cap. So. Keep in.
So it doesn't matter what calls you get. Once you call somebody enough times, it will give you more of their personal data. So we're looking for that 5 under her picture to turn into a 6. I think we had it earlier. Looking from all the gear. Damn. It's taking a while. Let's see, let's reopen it.
Your.
Come on.
What?
It was 6 earlier. Yeah, because she has 2.
The tree bark.
Like every character has the 4 different profile ones. And oh, wait a second. Wait a minute. The boss only has 3. Wait. Am I? Oh, I'm getting confused. They all have 3. Okay, so it was the 4 that turned into a 5. Okay, not the 5 into a 6. It's confusing because she only has 2 personal data pictures, pages. The other characters have 4 because, you know, she kind of goes away a bit too early into the game. Okay, no, never mind. The 6 never would have happened. And that's all the info you get on her. With 0, you can see another picture of her when they're together. Okay, so let's see.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory
Yeah.
to the north, so head in that direction.
They already unlocked the 5th. Oh, there it is.
Sokolov should be at
Shit.
the distance that you throw grenades and...
Yeah. And so Zero's second one has the boss. They're both way younger in it. Yeah, we'll get all of these later. So it's 3 left side, right side, front, and then it's 4 personal data ones. So it will go up to 7 for other characters. And for the boss, it only goes up to 5. Okay. Man, I thought they had 4 plus 2. No, it's 3 plus 2. Trying to see what it says on the side of the file there. Briefing file. This something acquired by CIA, something. Do not take out. It's really hard to read. Okay, let's save again, because probably another call there.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
Then we can go mess with Sokolov, finally. Holy shit. And I almost also prepped another call for the washing machine lore with 0.
Okay, good luck, Snake.
Oh, we actually did all of them for now. Okay, so there'll be more in the sneakier operation. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, thanks, Dim. I almost forgot. Okay, so now that we... Oh, no. That's after we enter the last area. That's right. I always forget that call because I think about doing it in the sneakier operation. Now it's here. Yeah, that's a good call. So when we enter this last area, a couple things happen. The boss disappears, and then if you go back, Zero will accuse you of abandoning the mission, but not really. Like, half joking. That's a pretty good call there. So that's the last time we can call the boss here. Also, you don't need to go all the way to the start, just the previous area from the bridge. But yes, they can all laugh at each other. Damn, that infinity face paint.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump.
Look, it's not my fault that there's 300 calls, 300 million calls, and little mechanics.
There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your
There's a
mission is
bug
to
here
bring
where they
Sokolov
default
back
to his
alive.
first picture.
He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
For some reason, after that little
and
video.
one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Sorry for being so late. I was doing all the stupid calls in the way. Zero wouldn't stop talking about the space race. Okay, now we'll go back. Actually, before we go back, let's clear this area a little bit.
Who's that?
Yeah, any of these suppressors? No? Okay. Let me just go to them. Actually... Damn, I should have just stunned that guy too. I thought about it too late. I guess it would be a pain in the ass to do anyway. And I wanted to blow him up. Don't press against the tree, damn it. Oh well. Now we really had to blow him up. Now it's an alert and MGS3, just run up to everybody and see them in the face. Here they are, those boys.
Right there? Huh? Right there?
Oh well. I guess this guy just dies like that. Oh, he's already dead, that's right. It's just kind of satisfying to do. Okay, now that we clear this, I can get the checkpoint. It should stay dead, so we can mess around with Sokolov in here. Now, if we try calling the boss, nothing. But just by trying, we can get an additional little line from Snake later in the call. And of course, there's a somewhat secret call with the Sorrow, but that can wait. So we'll go back to previous area here. Ooh. Ah. Almost made it. It's a bit of a challenge running across the entire bridge when you cut off all the ropes at full speed without falling. Okay, now that we're here.
Snake, where are you going?
Oh,
Are you abandoning your mission?
absolutely not.
I didn't think so.
I didn't think you thought so.
Sokolov is back there in the factory. Head back north.
Roger.
That's worth it just for that. God damn it. I guess there's some other food items we could call medic about, but those will be available later too. It's fine. Especially these mushrooms. Now we have another little tidbit of MGS2 commentary. Put on the Rykov mask again. Oh, what the fuck? These guys are back? They respawned? Maybe I went too far. Oh well, fuck it. I thought it would stay dead.
What's wrong?
Damn, wasted all the barrels for nothing. Oh, hello. Yeah, I was checking on the other guy.
Who's that?
Have to get that guy because he has a radio. Okay, I think we're clear now. At least long enough to do this. I would prefer to do that, but whatever. So, if we approach here with the mask on, it doesn't work.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it.
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't.
Yeah.
You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
Of course, he won't like it. It's Rykov's face. Maybe he's already seen Rykov too. Nobody likes Rykov's face, right?
I will never give it to you.
Could even get some extra lines out of him. Fight to open the door. I mean, normally you can't do this because as soon as you get close to the door, the cutscene begins.
I won't let you in here. I will never give it to you. I won't let you in here.
How does he know that I had the mask on? That's the question.
Forget that you didn't. Go away.
Damn, I didn't want to kill too many people. Okay. We can also... Let's see, I have some... let me get another snake or something. That guy just woke up. Maybe we can scare him some more. We can throw some animals in there. Oh, let me get the grenades out too while we're at it. We can't share the porn with Sokolov yet. I'll have to wait until the secret theater.
Get off me! Get it off me!
If we look inside, you can see the snake is just chilling there. There's actually nobody in there. But the original camera was this. You wouldn't be able to see inside with the original camera. So that's, I guess, how the game was designed at first. And thanks to the 3D camera, we can see that there's actually nobody in there. You just harass Sokolov in a bunch of different ways. Oh shit, this car is awake. It might even be an alert. Caution. Oh, yeah. I think they just killed the bird and snake in there. Yep. And then, of course, we can throw a frag grenade in there.
Enemy's position is unknown. Going into alert formation.
That doesn't end too well. But listen carefully here.
Snake, you can't do that. The future will change. You'll create a time paradox.
None other than Colonel Campbell comes from the future to tell us that it's a time paradox. We can't do that. So there's a few places where you can do that, different characters in the game, which back then led some people to believe that, oh, MGS3 must all be a VR simulation again. Campbell's overseeing it or something. Nah. And then letters slowly change from mission failed. Usually Snake is dead to time paradox, which is important also for this. You get enough time. Tiled RI docs. What? Timed paradox. Time L. Time paradox. So this does two things. This is your timer for using a revival pill. If you use a fake death pill, the timer until you can use a revival pill to wake up, and then everything freezes. You can no longer use it if you wait too long. And the other thing that it does, like he was saying, the time paradox thing, it's not so much that it's Colonel Campbell, but what happened is that in Japanese, in the Back to the Future movies, Emmett Brown is voiced by the same voice actor as Colonel Campbell in Japanese. So, because obviously those movies are dubbed in Japanese, it's the same voice actor. So, it just so happens, it really is Campbell though, because he shows up during Snake vs. Monkey. But if it weren't for that, you can almost make the argument that it's not supposed to be Campbell at all. It's just Doc Brown. But I guess they did bring Campbell in for Snake vs. Monkey. So who knows? I don't know. But that's the real reference. It's a Japanese Back to the Future movie reference. But yeah, really confusing for the English audience to hear Colonel Campbell there. So we can do this with Sokolov, we can do it with Eva, Ocelot, of course, we can do it with Ocelot in a little bit. All different time paradoxes. Some are shared game over, some have their unique ones, depending on who you kill. Eva is dead? I think actually Eva might be the only one. Maybe Ocelot has one? I don't think there's a Sokolov one that's unique. Yeah. Well, it is. It's still a video game. I don't know why I did that. Let's do a weird glitch here to get on the roof. If we walk backwards from here, I will get an alert and fall off. I probably fucked it up. Maybe you had to be centered on it. Let's see. I don't use it all that often, but it is useful. If for some reason you want to get to the roof. Should be much quicker to do this way. What's the deal with it? Maybe the camera? There we go. Going into the falling animation. Snake grabs onto the roof, even though we were below it. They had to use a ladder to get on top. That reminds me. Between all the checkpoints and continues that I got and stuff, I don't know if I got that. I probably didn't get the Keratin at the bridge. I mean, I got it, but then did I get a continue? So I don't know if it's gonna count or not. Oh man, this guy. Go away. Let me get it again real quick. Oh, now we're gonna have the caution there. Oh, there's a whole bunch of boys here.
Who's that?
Nice.
Freeze.
Okay, we can get it here. Just in case. Oh my god. That aim. You must be Ames.
This tastes great.
Nice. That's better. Okay, I definitely got all the other ones before. Because, damn, now we gotta think about this freaking Keratans too. So we're in the starting area, the second one, the third one we got the call. This is the fourth one here, and then there's another in here. Got so much messing around to do.
I think I saw something. What's wrong?
Oh, nice, that falling animation. Don't see that very often. You have to kill that guy there. Look at him. Oh, we forgot the shotgun. Well, the thing with the shotgun is, since the boss already disappeared, we can't get the boss to talk about the shotgun. But there is a shotgun here too. That is very handy to play with. Especially with infinite ammo, you can do some shenanigans. What should we wear for the cutscene? Could do tuxedo, but then the infinite face paint is gonna get taken off. Oh well. Hello. The shotgun in this game is kind of fun. And that guy's still asleep. We can also get this one later, but let's just get it now. Whoops. I appear to be on fire. Sure it'll go out. Ah, because I rolled. Damn. I didn't think it would hit the thing too, because, I mean, what is it, like 6 pellets, I guess. Well, video game shotgun spread. We'll mess with this more after the scene. Yeah, my sleep schedule eventually got fucked so much that now is the time.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. he has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America's truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts.
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Freeze!
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz.
Huh.
What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
Impossible. You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
There's actually a call about exactly that, where a paramedic looks up what an ocelot is, and she's like, why is he named after a cat on the American continent?
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Hurry, but more calls. The paramedic seems to be the only person who questions why Ocelot, Soviet officer, allegedly, is named after an American cat. Of course, they retconned the shit out of it, but at least now it serves as a hint of his true allegiance, I guess. And also the fact that he can get all the single action armies quickly delivered to him, yeah. Like 4 of them. Yep. Alright, let's do the thing. Damn.
You created a time paradox. Snake, you can't go changing the future like that.
Problem solved, series over. As if they really don't understand these games, do they? Okay. Oslo is doxed, though. So, let's see. All the stuff that MGS3 retcons about Big Boss, but also Ocelot. It's unclear to me how, originally Ocelot's reason for using revolvers is that he likes spaghetti westerns. So it's unclear to me how he's clearly already into spaghetti western movies. He's got his spurs. It was too early in the Makarov. But he needs to be told by Big Boss to use the revolver. It's just shoehorn that in there. I don't know. Like, if he's already wearing the spurs and twirling the Makarov, clearly he would also know about the revolver, but whatever. And if we search him, he's got a mousetrap, because he's a cat. An actual death? Going back to what Dane was talking about, fans have difficulty figuring out what the series is fiction. Well, I don't know why I picked that up. Now we can maybe put these guys to the side a little bit with the shotgun. Time paradox is just a game over screen. But it's so hard to understand. Was he actually dead in the game over screen? It's a game over screen. Does it matter? Well, yes, sure, why not? Yeah, let's get him out of the way here. Makarov Bobcat. Wait, I don't need to drag him. I just do this. I think. We can move him away. This shotgun is pretty satisfying. Get in there. Wonder that's more than 12. Oh, it's not even getting all of them. It created some fucking monster. That's just really satisfying to do. Wow, what does it miss some? Oh, the legs coming down. I should take a picture of it next time. There used to be this fake Easter egg rumor that if you slash them up a little bit here, yeah, non-lethally, it will show up with bandages later in the game. That's just completely false. It just doesn't happen in any version. But it's just one of those things that got repeated for 20 years and eventually made it to present day. Might even be on the wiki, like the Emma thing we were talking about in MGS2. I gotta check something actually. Speaking of trophies, I gotta see the way this one's worded because I might have missed one otherwise. I don't usually do the R1 scene where Ocelot shows up here. Let's see what it says. What is it called? Okay, it says all the first person views. Oh, wait, that are not indicated by R1. Okay, so it's only the hidden ones. Okay, cool. Okay, now that's easy. I thought it was just all the R1 scenes. It's only the hidden ones. That's what I was hoping. That's what I was hoping it would be. Okay, cool. Let me out of this XMB. Holy shit. Okay, we got a few calls to do now.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No.
You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Major, do you know anything about this GRU colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will. Major, what's this Grand and Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB 754. The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch-rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbor an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all. By the way, Snake, what were you doing back there?
Back where?
You were giving some kind of advice to a GRU commander, weren't you?
Yeah?
He's your enemy. What the hell were you thinking?
Really? What was all that about doing the thing with your hand on the first round or whatever?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
In first-person view, use the right...
That's it? Okay. We still have to do the sensor calls, but I'll load up that other save after we get SIGINT or something.
Get Sokolov out of there safe. Get Sokolov.
We have one more call to do with the boss, or rather the Sorrow, but we can actually do that one at the river during the cure event. Yeah, we can do the angry Soviet Union snake. I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Me too, boss. Let's go. Should be clear of everything else. Yeah, fuck it.
You okay?
Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished!
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war?
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
Hey, Core Lab, thank you for the 60 months, man.
My friends,
Probably not.
let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself.
Oh, I know where you might have heard a different version of it in the secret theater. It's this scene, but she says it's like a different take
It's
of it.
raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected. Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
Alright guys, bear with me for a minute here. We got a little something to do. It might take a minute. Let's see. This is a pain in the ass to get, but eventually should work. Normally, if somebody doesn't answer, you'd be crazy to keep calling them throughout the series. Like, I don't know, the Ninja and MGS1 or 2, like, they just never answer. But, in this case, if you're stubborn enough, eventually, maybe, something will happen. Between trying a million times and opening the radio screen over and over, maybe. Oh, the Sorrow is right there. You can even see him in the original camera. That's what I'm trying to call him right now. Fuck it. Have a cigar. Oh shit, the cigar still hurts you than this. Nice. Good thing I had the porn equipped. Oh, so weird seeing the directional microphone in third person. Right. And then the sound changes still. I guess it still works wherever it's pointed, so there's nothing that way. So it actually makes the water quieter. Nice. Well, I'll go with the porn or the SVD. Okay, a little bit more of this nonsense. Just when you're starting to lose hope, it usually works. Come on, you piece of crap. It probably also has something to do with when the game loads the unique conversations when you first open the radio. I don't know. Ugh. I know this looks stupid, but I've done it here. You can also do it pretty much as soon as you enter the last area. Before getting Sokolov, after getting Sokolov, or even after getting thrown into the river. Why is it such a bitch to get? Okay, give it a second. Damn it. Damn it. No. Okay. It's particularly stubborn today. Maybe Desaro is offended that I have the porn out and I'm smoking a cigar. Let's put the porn away. And the cigar too. It shouldn't matter, but nobody can backseat it. I mean, they can. They're gonna tell me, "Oh, what are you supposed to do in the previous area?" No, it works here too. They just don't know. But that's as far as it would get with backseating, I guess. It's just a pain in the dick to get here. Maybe the sorrow has bad reception.
Boss.
There we go. That's it. Yeah, I figure if it doesn't happen the first few times that you open it, or even the first time, it just doesn't happen.
Snake, hurry and get those injuries treated. Snake.
Yeah. Yes, let me use the knife on my deep cut. Fuck it, just do it in any order. Fuck it, put the knife, the cigar, ointment, bandage, splint, and then suture. It doesn't matter. Maybe Dorito will have whole triangle to heal. Yeah. They're fucking. If you're not using the PS5's touchpad to trace the stitches
Good job, Snake.
when you're suturing,
We're coming to get you now. Just
I
stay
don't
where
want
you
it.
are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
what an asshole, I wouldn't pick up.
Shagohod.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death.
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
There goes what's left of my balls. Which wasn't much anyway. That thing we saw drop there was the coffin-size Fulton material, Fulton resources in there. I guess if you don't do the Fulton call, it's not really too obvious what that thing that you see drop there is. The Fulton, all the Fulton gear. We'll get to the point where we can call it SIGINT, and then we'll do washing machine lore.
What a thrill with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime,
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad.
So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB-754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. But serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The Army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little co-action?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week, and if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
gameplay. What's that? This is a radio call simulator.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss.
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well,
Well, the truth
35
is,
hours
when
of
I chose my
gameplay.
codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square 0. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lule Lo.
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
All right, not quite yet. We have one last thing to do in the Virtuous mission. Very important lore.
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me naked.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using Cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there.
Huh?
You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
Okay, save. Go to that other one that I prepared with the sensor calls. Because on Extreme, you don't have those sensors, so we can do it. So we'll just quickly do those on normal.
Chin up.
I'll be in touch.
It's caught up with the movie calls probably now. I guess maybe because it was her intro call. Okay, we'll load the normal save and get that call about the sensors real quick. And then we'll get back here, where you can then call SIGINT about the sensors. And that's where you get the whole story. What? Bought a game, didn't play? Who would do that? Not my Steam library or anything. Okay. It should be the 5th call here.
Snake.
1, 2, 3, 4.
By the way, Snake.
After the 5th call. 5 calls skipped.
When you're in the jungle, determining the position of your enemies is important. That's why you've been supplied with sensors. Use them well. The motion detector senses activity in your immediate vicinity. However, in the jungle, a lot of things other than your enemies are moving. Animals moving around will show up on the sensor just like anything else. Also, the motion detector is only so sensitive. Don't forget that certain enemies and animals that make only slight movements will not be detected. Press the left stick to initiate the active sonar and emit a special sonic wave. The reflected sound from the sonic wave reveals the positions of targeted objects. In contrast to the motion detector, the active sonar reveals still objects as well. However, there's a risk that the sound of the sonic wave will reveal your position to enemies and animals, so be careful when using the active sonar. The anti-personnel sensor vibrates when it detects human life forms. Unlike other sensors, the anti-personnel sensor has been adjusted to react to humans only, eliminating noise from animal detection. It can detect hidden, unmoving enemies, and the use of it doesn't betray your own position. But on the other hand, its accuracy lacks a bit as it has trouble revealing the exact position of detected bodies. Keep that in mind. When you use it during first-person view, it'll work only in the direction you're facing.
Alright. Now that we've done these calls here, we'll get back there real quick. Skip all this stuff. I didn't even play the best two ones, Metal Gear 2 and MGS2. I at least I played MGS1. Alright. Or at least a non-NES Metal Gear 1. Alright, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now that we're back here, and we did that call in the Virtuous mission, it's called SIGINT. Actually, let's get those sensors out again. They are out. Okay. We'll go through the first few story calls he has. We'll do those in the other save. Now, the full story about the sensors.
Using the anti-personnel sensor, I see. The sensor vibrates when it detects organic reactions from human targets. It's been adjusted to respond only to humans, so unlike other sensors, it'll let you ignore animals and focus only on the enemy. It'll even detect enemies that aren't moving, and you won't have to worry about it giving away your position. But on the flip side, it won't tell you the exact location of the target. Keep that in mind when you're using it. Also, remember that when you use it in first-person view, it'll only scan in the direction you're facing. Something wrong?
The Major told me the exact same thing.
You mean during the Virtuous mission?
Yeah.
He must have been reading those notes I gave him word for word. That guy doesn't know tech. The motion detector will display any moving objects in your vicinity. But the enemy isn't the only thing that's moving around in the jungle. If there are animals moving nearby, the sensor will pick up those animals too. And remember that there's a limit to how sensitive it is. Enemies and animals that don't move around very much won't get picked up. Did he tell you that too?
Yeah. Did you give him notes for it?
Yep. Active sonar sends out a special type of sound wave whenever you press the left stick. It uses the echo from those waves to calculate and display the position of nearby objects. Unlike the motion detector, it'll show you objects that aren't moving. But because you're blasting out sound waves, there's a risk that the noise will alert enemies and animals to your presence. Be careful about when and where you use it.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
Did he use the exact same words?
Yeah.
Man, that guy still lives in the Stone Age. Just the other day, he bought this brand new washing machine and...
SIGINT?
Talk to you later, Snake.
There we go. Important washing machine lore from Zero and SIGINT. Yeah, we don't play MGS2 around here because it's a bait and switch with Raiden. Then you really should play this one then. It was made for you. MGS3 is made for that, exactly. Alright, now we can get back to the main save. Just for those calls, it's worth it. Well, at least we got a real live example of what I was talking about earlier. Still to this day. This is why MGS3 was made the way it is. We don't play MGS2 around here with Raiden. Yeah, I wish that guy came in when I was explaining all that. That would have been perfect timing. Cheers, Big Boss. This save. Okay. It's perfect. It's exactly what I was talking about. Alright, we got stuff to do. We can come back here after. Well, maybe not this one though. Normally you do this with a stun grenade. Not the explosion, but the grenade itself hitting it. If you're... Well, wait, am I stupid? I still have the 1911. I mean, the others after you meet the boss. Or you can come back after you get your weapons from Eva, which is probably what we'll do anyway, because there's also calls in the previous areas. But yeah, we're getting all these. Yeah, we still have the 1911. I also have the flying squirrel here. I heard him. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Look at him. The chunky flying squirrel. Look at that chunker. He's not fat, it's just a membrane. When he's climbing the tree. What a thrill. Same stance. Kojima's a genius. Nice. Where'd he go? I got bamboozled. Master stealth squirrel here. That's okay, he'll make noise again. Now you gotta die. Squirrel eater. Japanese flying squirrel. That's it. That's the stance. If you look at the stance of the squirrel, it's pretty much the same stance Snake has when you're holding a gun. I gotta do the dramatic squirrel meme. It's hard to do. Should we eat it? Nah. I forget what the call is like if you eat it. I forget if it's better. I mean, how would we go about doing that? Because I forget what a checkpoint is after dropping down here. No, okay, we got a checkpoint before dropping down, that's right. So we can get 2 of them. If we want to be very thorough, we can actually get both calls. Let's get the other story stuff out of the way from paramedic. Wait, actually, we already saved one, so the int was already done. So yeah, maybe she will talk about it soon. Where the heck did it go? Oh, there it is. One to eat, one to get the call.
That's so great.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal,
the
the
king
poison
cobra.
will spread
Remember?
through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it? I see you caught yourself a Japanese flying squirrel. Japanese flying squirrels are non-venomous and they shouldn't attack you. The head, front legs, hind legs, and tail of the Japanese flying squirrel are connected by a membrane of skin, which allows the squirrel to glide from tree to tree. It says here that if it catches a good wind, it can fly more than 100 yards.
But for all the trouble it took to catch one, it wasn't that good.
If only you were so enthusiastic about the mission.
What was that?
I didn't say anything. So long, Snake.
Okay, now it's better to eat it first. You get another call. They're patronizing him a bit. Nice. Yeah, no, it's better to eat it. Cool. I did get... I'm gonna get paranoid about these, but... Just shoot it again. And then we still got a couple SIGINT story calls.
Snake, king cobras are making their home in
Whoops.
the area
Oh, well.
you're in now.
Wait. I don't like that. I want to call paramedic about something I don't have yet. I wanted to call SIGINT, damn it.
Yo, you're Snake, aren't you?
And you're SIGINT?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
You have Yoshi's. You have my sympathy. Your stick
Sounds like
controls.
the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose.
Ah.
During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair. The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo.
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb, so they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what would happen if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Must find every keratin and food item, right? These can wait. Stop here for the horse. The drone. Listen some more horse noises.
You just heard a horse?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't something else?
I know a horse when I hear one.
Paramedic, are there any wild horses in Selino Yask?
Do you really expect me to say yes?
No.
So what should I do?
There's only one way through that area. All you can do is move forward. Head towards the sound of that horse. It came from the north. Be careful. Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north. Like the Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution. Unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more effective and make it harder for the enemy to see you. On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedic is with us again to provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know. Operation Snake Eater is different from the Virtuous mission in that you won't be able to complete it in just a few hours. The time limit set by Khrushchev is 1 week. Within that time, you'll have to rescue Sokolov, defeat Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, and...
I know.
Good. In any event, you'll not be allowed to return until you've accomplished your objectives. Survival in the field will be critical in this mission, and the most important survival technique of all is, of course, finding food. You can get food in the same way you did during the Virtuous mission, by capturing it. The enemy presence in that area is still light. You should try and get as much food as possible while you can. Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes. America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
I know. Major, what should I do with this wreck of a drone?
Just leave it there.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But isn't this thing top secret?
Yes, it is. After the U-2 spy plane incident 4 years ago, plans were laid out for future spy missions in Soviet airspace to be carried out by an unmanned craft. That craft was the D-21 spy drone, the basis of the one you came in on. The D-21 is launched from a craft called the M-21. The M-21 itself is a derivative of the A-12, a supersonic long-range spy plane currently being developed as the successor to the U-2. However, for this mission, we used a modified YF-12A, a long-range interceptor version of the A-12. After being released from the mothership, the drone can achieve speeds upwards of Mach 3 at high altitude using its ramjet engine. It can't be shot down by ground-to-air missiles, and it's nearly undetectable by radar. With Selinoyarsk in such a high state of alert after our last escapade, this was the only reliable way to get you in.
This is all top-secret military technology. Are you telling me I'm supposed to just leave it here?
That's right.
Why?
The purpose of Operation Snake Eater is to send an American agent into the field in order to eliminate a defector and traitor, namely the boss. Part of that mission involves making sure the Soviets find out what we're doing.
So we have to leave behind some kind of evidence that the U.S. was involved.
Don't worry. The technologically sensitive components of the craft were rigged to self-destruct when it landed. The only thing the Soviets are going to find is a pile of American-made scrap metal.
Got it. Just one thing, though.
What is it?
I think they'd better redesign the landing impact buffer. People are going to get hurt landing that thing.
I'll let them know.
I wonder if maybe the boss doesn't also destroy it to cover it up. Let's see if we can get a better view of it without figuring that. Never mind. Scooper.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry.
Every time it rains, the sorrow is there.
The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings?
What if he just left?
You don't know the truth yet.
Or get executed?
But sooner or later, you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you. Now, go home.
Somehow his hand isn't fractured. I really thought there'd be a fracture to cure after this.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
Both spellings are... I just see both all the time. Might be another one of those American versus British things. Who knows? The first approximately 3 million calls about why the boss defected. The Snake just can't wrap his head around it.
Major.
Snake, the boss is your enemy. You've got to accept that reality. Adam is waiting for you at the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north. The enemy must have seen the drone explode. They've probably already sent out patrol units. You never know when you'll encounter the enemy. Use your camouflage wisely and proceed with caution.
Major, why was the boss there? Did they detect my infiltration?
That's impossible. The drone shouldn't have been picked up by their radar at all.
Then how did she know? It couldn't have been a...
That's also out of the question. We've taken all measures to ensure this mission stays secret.
Then what's going on?
I don't know. It won't do you any good to dwell on it, Snake. Hurry to your rendezvous with Adam. Head for the abandoned factory to the north. Watch out for enemy patrols. Stay alert at all times, okay?
Major,
What is it?
why did the boss betray us?
Leave it alone, Snake.
But
We've been through this before. Besides, asking for reasons now won't change anything.
I thought I'd find out if I met her face to face. I thought for sure she'd tell me, but
Then you'll have to find your own answers.
by completing my mission,
Yes.
Yeah, the face in the raindrops is an unfortunate consequence of the HD resolution. The rain droplets reflect whatever is on screen as just a water reflection effect. In the original, it's not as noticeable as the resolution's way lower, but now you can see the boss's face reflected all over it. It also reflects other things, and that's supposed to be some supernatural thing. It's just a reflection on the water. How they achieve that effect, and it's more noticeable in HD. It's probably not intended.
The Soviet intelligence community must be up in arms about the boss's defection. The great Voyevoda has abandoned America and embraced the Soviet Union.
Voyevoda?
Apparently, that's what they call the boss behind the Iron Curtain. It means warrior or mighty soldier in Russian. When used to refer to a woman, it means something close to Lady Knight. In Russia, where they've had a number of female emperors throughout their history, it's a term of great respect. Well, poetic in a way. The boss's exploits have made her name famous in the East as well.
Major, why did the boss defect?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. America is all too eager to get rid of her.
What do you mean?
She knows too many of our secrets. If she were to relay all the top secret information she knows to the Soviet bloc, it would put us at a severe disadvantage. It might even lead to the downfall of the West. Even if we survive, the boss is still too much of a hero to us. With her in the Soviet camp, we'd suffer a fatal loss of morale at home. There are even whispers that some of the less stalwart elements of the military might follow her example and defect themselves. I assume you're aware that since your last mission, several key figures within the CIA have been placed under house arrest.
Yeah.
The loss of the boss has been a painful one indeed.
What about you?
Me? I still can't believe it. As a comrade, I would have placed my trust in her before my own family. But now that I think about it, the boss always seemed to have an aura of mystery about her. I never would have expected it to manifest in this way, though. Oh, well, it won't do to get all misty-eyed about it. She's an enemy now, worthy of nothing more than our contempt.
Understood.
Huge if true. Well, you're pretty close. It's actually an MGS1 simulation. But MGS2 was an MGS1 simulation. So,
Major.
Yes?
I was just wondering, why do they call you Zero?
What do you mean?
We go back a long ways, but I just realized I never asked you why you're called Zero.
You want to know where it comes from?
Yeah, if that's all right.
It's a bit nostalgic, really.
Nostalgic?
The first British intelligence outfit was established in 1909. The head of the Foreign Intelligence Division was a man named Mansfield George Smith Cumming. He was referred to simply as C after the first letter of his last name. Since then, out of respect for Cumming, the heads of the SIS have traditionally taken the name of C.
And James Bond's boss is called M.
That's right. I myself was once known as O.
And that's where Zero comes from?
Precisely. In another sense, though, it signifies a ghost, one whose true identity must remain a mystery, the primogenitor of the solo sneaking operation.
Is that so?
also, there was this dog tag on the tanker that said David O and MGS2 already. Okay, I guess they're done talking about that for now. The Curitans in this area will come back for later after meeting Eva, because Eva also has a couple calls here. So we might as well. Let's save.
Saving the game, Snake? Chin up.
I'll be in touch.
She's got nothing for now. Maybe after we meet Eva. Now, we could easily avoid this caution, but I like to sneak through it. The story scripted caution.
HQ, HQ.
There's a guy scratching his back against a tree. What do I do?
We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
There's a nice king cobra that ruined one of the runs yesterday. I gotta get the version of the call where you already eat one, because they're kind of rare. I didn't realize how rare they are. The squirrel, that's right. Get rid of that. Eat this. Oh, it's giving me the scene now for this. It literally takes 2 bites and throws it away. What a waste.
Pretty tasty.
What? No. Not interested. They used to sell a canned snake meat for a promo this game. There's... Or it was either an ad or they actually sold the thing. Yeah. I think I might still be able to see in some of the magazines. I don't remember if they're in this version. They should be. Time to play this guy like a damn fiddle. And wait for this guy. That's called the puffer fish.
Patrol here. Unable to locate the problem.
I almost wouldn't eat any fish either, period. Like, why fucking risk your life with fucking fish scales and bones stabbing you in the throat at every bite? But unfortunately, salmon and tuna is too fucking delicious, especially in sushi, so I just keep to that. Wait, why am I going back? This fish that have like 1 million little bones to 1 ratio of meat. Ugh. I don't want to fucking fear for my life for every bite that I take, man. We got our first camo. Yes, I do. Fuck that. Who wants to spend 3 hours picking a little thing to eat it? Fuck that. What am I doing? I guess we'll just get...
Snake, let's go over the...
No, it's not.
Snake, this is a solo sneaking operation.
No,
There are no
really?
medics there to assist you. You'll have to treat your
No
own
medics.
injuries. Are we
We'll have
clear?
to make you one.
I had a little bit of training, but I'm no doctor.
That's where I come in. To treat an injury, first press the start button to open the survival viewer, then select cure to start the treatment.
Okay. We'll make you into a big medic. Especially when food tastes good, you need to be able to fucking gulp that thing down and take big bites as fast as you want. And as big and full as you want in your mouth if something tastes good. You can't do that with fish. Fuck that. Let's get the stuff here. Let's get naked. I seem to have lost my voice again. What the fuck, Tim?
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here. In the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel
I'm not
safe.
clicking that.
Like this is where I was meant to be. Like I'd found the key to true happiness.
Uh-huh.
Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box. Then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building.
No, my trust for fish eating has gone down consistently every time I tried. No matter how many techniques, chefs, home cooks, restaurants, what have you, I always find some bullshit in it. The human error is like almost guaranteed. And even if it isn't, you're paranoid. You have to fucking double check every time. Just not a good experience.
Snake, what's up? Why are you naked? I know there's a naked option under uniform that lets you take off the upper part of your uniform, but without a shirt on, your camouflage sucks, and your stamina goes down faster. You don't get any advantages whatsoever.
Sure there are.
Like what?
It feels good.
Man, you do whatever you want.
I will, thanks. Just one question, though.
What?
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what?
My pants, can I?
Oh, hell no! This Fox unit is a nut fest!
These nuts fest. What? The British have food? This is news to me. What? And I say this as somebody born and raised and lived the first 26 years of my life in a fishing town. Fuck eating fish. With very few exceptions. But British people have food? I have not been informed of this before. News to me. Yeah.
You've arrived at the factory, I see.
Yeah, now to meet up with this Adam guy.
Good. Go to it.
So, where is he?
We weren't given an exact location.
How about a time?
Nothing was specified.
A physical description?
I'm not sure.
How am I supposed to find him, then?
You won't need to.
Huh?
He'll find you. Why don't you try the room to the northeast where you met
Kitchen
Sokolov?
knives.
Adam might be in there.
You mean the rounded kitchen knives? Oh my god. Okay, that's horrible.
Adam is a spy sent by the KGB.
Okay. Now, if we go back out the door here, we'll trigger the cutscene. But you can still get out without triggering it if you jump out the window.
Adam won't show up if you're being pursued by the enemy. Before you go to rendezvous with Adam, make sure
No, it's
you
not
haven't
just
been
the butter
seen by the
knives.
enemy. Meet up with him in...
They were coming up with chef knives that are also rounded at the tip, so they don't stab people with them. This is reality of things.
Snake, the food you catch will gradually spoil over time.
Yep. Okay. Anyway. There's gonna be a poop scooper minigame, don't worry.
Adam won't show up if you... During first-person view...
Nothing else? Okay. Okay, we gotta move on here. I got shit to do. Man, I wish I had this monkey mask. The Japanese took it and made it better. Just trust me.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer.
I don't know, man. Maybe if I didn't get stabbed in the throat every time I try to eat fish.
The name's Eva.
Eva's the boob implants. Just like Miller's sunglasses. And Pliskin is a headset. Well, throw a new one in there.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were?
Yes.
Why?
You know what? Captain Bench Press.
Because
I
can
thought
do
so
things
too.
he can't.
But if you get a really good look,
I heard you used to be a code breaker for the NSA.
they're bigger than they look.
4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military.
Did you miss the peep
handle.
show that we did earlier?
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Alcohol
Bet you've never
poisoning.
seen that technique in the
Medical
West.
history.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
That's right. Not only she got a boob implant, she got a boob job in the 60s. It makes it more impressive. That's right.
Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from.
You got the lab coat, a picture of him
You
wearing
had
a
this
lab
with you,
coat,
didn't you?
coat somehow.
Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then.
Yes. He's being forced to continue
But
his work on the
now
ship.
he's gonna start fucking with the gun.
At the lab.
As Eva
They've
explains
got a
where to
whole army
go.
of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the
Immediately stops paying attention and fucks with the gun.
First, you'll need
He's
to
not
head
paying
north through the
any
jungle.
attention to what she's saying
You'll
right
come
now.
to a heliport
There's
used
a
for
whole
shipping
call about
materials.
it.
Pass the heliport and
He
continue
has
north
no
along
idea
a
what she's saying.
large crevice. Descend into that area and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight.
That would actually make sense for her to get her boob job at the charm school.
Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
I wonder if it's a reflection on the players. And getting distracted by the gun. Not listening where to go.
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought
It
to be
would
back in
make
the
sense.
ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Kojima realizing that the players just want to be badass action heroes, get distracted by the gun, and not listen to the cutscene would be perfectly in theme with that. Like, yeah, we'll give you what you want, but now the player's an idiot. Well, it just never happened to the point where it was, where did I go? I forgot. And the CEO going, ugh.
What's the matter?
And
I just giving up
We're
on
surrounded.
it.
I see. 4 of them.
Like Solid Snake appreciated guns, but never to the point where he got distracted and not know where to go.
Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand.
Naked Snake's obsession with the 1911 here must be... It just works with everything we were talking about earlier. It must be Kojima realizing that.
We can use this to get to the basement.
I don't know if this game is genius or this game is giving in to the people.
Damn it, Ocelot.
It's doing both.
I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy.
It's both making fun of them and giving them what they want. That's a subtle line in MGS3. Constantly straddling the line. Giving the I'm just too bad cause right and gay crowd what they want, but also making them into fucking idiots. It's doing both to some degree. And for that, it is kind of genius. But people only see the badass action hero part, mostly. Miss the fact that Nick is fucking stupid in this. Well, it's a lot of optional stuff, I guess. We'll do it after this.
Where did that come
I wish it would have doubled down. I wish Kojima would have doubled down on it instead of giving in. Coming out and calling people stupid for not understanding MGS2 instead of Death Stranding. Yeah? Too little, too late, Kojima. Should have done that in 2001. So, yeah, people didn't understand this. We made the player a fucking idiot in MGS3. You can only piece things together from knowing all the content in the game, which most people, I guess, maybe due to the way the calls are structured, and just in general, being one of those games you gotta play the shit out of dozens of times to really get a full picture. Meanwhile, the main story on face value, surface level is easy to digest and easy to remember, and what people feel so badass about the game being so badass about. Yeah, it's unfortunate the subtext of MGS3 often goes unnoticed because it works without it. You can completely ignore the subtext of MGS3 and the game still works. If you completely ignore the subtext of MGS2, it doesn't work. That's the big difference. Yeah, we'll just get into this and then go back.
I've been waiting for this moment.
Right now I'm just doing a little bit of everything. Calls, Carotats, camos, face paints, items,
That's
save
it.
calls, whatnot.
That's the stance. I don't think so. What?
A boob?
A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item.
Sure hope this revolver makes a comeback in Phantom Pain.
And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
Yeah, my blue point audio balance. It's really loud.
Six shots. That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left.
But the stick and the rope.
This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Well, Kojima did something revolutionary and nobody's ever done before. Release an unfinished game.
This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
It's an automatic that identifies as a revolver. Why not? Hey, Sneaky Lucky, thank you for the 86 months. This scene directly influenced by Twin Snakes. You know, around the time that MGS3 was being developed, they were also making Twin Snakes. And there was also Kojima realizing that people wouldn't have any of the real message of the series in MGS1 and 2, so that was around the time that he probably gave up on the fans. He probably gave up on... So, it's probably, my personal theory, it's probably around the time that he decided, fuck it, yeah, just do stupid shit now with Twin Snakes, because people don't get it anyway, yeah, and some of those scenes influenced what you just saw in MGS3's development. For example, they were around the same time was the time that Kojima probably snapped. You know, for one, he had to be called back. For two, he realized that people didn't give a shit about the original themes of the games, and then they were making Twin Snakes. So, probably around the time that he said, fuck it. Just, yeah, make Twin Snakes that way. Fuck it, whatever. People don't get it anyway. It's got a little bit of the same philosophy of MGS3. Ooh, let's be a badass action hero. Yeah, it's like it's gotta be related. Yeah, we'll never know, but it's gotta be related. Just by the timing, so we can get that call.
Looks like you've got rid of all the ocelots.
Yeah.
Now proceed with the rescue of Sokolov. According to Eva, you should start by going to the crevice to the north and...
Can we trust her?
What's that?
Eva is with the KGB, isn't she? Can I really believe what she says? How do I know she won't double-cross me?
There are no guarantees in espionage, Snake. Only calculated guesses.
Yeah, a lot of people
At this point
had
in time,
problems
the
as soon as the
KGB
tanker
stands nothing to
ended.
gain by stabbing us in the back.
So you're saying I can trust her?
I'm saying the chance that she'll betray you is low.
Ah.
Of course, we checked the route she gave you against our own data. It looks like a pretty solid infiltration route. It makes good use of weak spots in the enemy's defenses. You shouldn't have any problems. Follow the route Eva showed you and proceed with the mission.
Roger.
But what is the
First, enter
route?
the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way. First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva was right when she said that operating in an unknown jungle at night is extremely dangerous. In my former outfit, the SAS, we'd always be sure to set up camp before sunset and wait until daybreak before setting out again. Being able to stay in that abandoned factory made things a lot easier for you. You ought to be thanking Eva.
Major, what's this temptation Eva was talking about?
In the Old Testament of the Bible, Eve was seduced by a snake into tasting the fruit of knowledge. By eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve disobeyed God's command and were cast out from the Garden of Eden. Thus, it was the snake who led mankind into original sin.
Come to think of it, I did break a rib in the Virtuous mission. Maybe that's where Eva came from.
But the one who tempted Adam into eating the forbidden fruit was Eve. You may be working together, but she's still a KGB operative. Don't let your guard down.
I think it's the next one.
Snake, your number one priority in this mission is rescuing Sokolov. Eva said he is in the lab, so head over there.
Right.
Do you remember how to get to the lab?
You mean what Eva told me?
Yes.
Of course I do.
All right, repeat it for me.
Major, do you think I'd forget something like that?
Let's hear it then.
Let's hear it then. Like a
First
kid.
I head north.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll come to a crevice.
And then?
And then...
All right, let's go over this one more time. First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll come out in an aqueduct surrounded by mangrove.
Another explanation, and he still doesn't
Follow
get
the
it.
aqueduct to the north and you should arrive at a warehouse. Climb out of the water and enter the warehouse. After you've infiltrated the warehouse, pass through it to the north. Then you'll emerge in the woods again. The lab will be directly to the north. Are we clear now?
Yeah.
Snake.
I got it. Basically, I just head north, right?
Oh. This is one of my favorite calls in MGS3. It really tells you how they really treat him, how they really wrote the player character is. Oh man, but he doesn't get it twice, and Zero just gives up. He's like, this guy. Yeah, I got it. Now it was Zero that told him about. Wait, didn't Zero just tell him about the temptation and the Eva thing? Let's get the zombie face paint here. We'll get Eva to show up, and then we'll go back so we can get the calls there. We got so many things to cover here. It's one of the more fun parts of the game. Where my bug juice at? Any other food? Yeah. I wanna go get the food. I got it. Basically, I'll just head north, right? There's countless calls. Every character has at least one. At least one call where they patronize him like that. Eva, Sigint, Zero, Paramedic, like,
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
Yeah,
So you're
basically.
back with Vulcan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, the boss, of course. Of course, the boss would do that.
Be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traitors have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I'd found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the
What
intelligence
the fuck,
community
dude?
sees it. I realized that the
real life Adam and
universe was
Eva.
holding me back.
That's what they're based on.
People and
Not the
countries
Bible
all
ones, the
changed by
defectors.
their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya.
The NSA codebreakers nicknamed or codenamed Adam and Eva defecting in 50s, 60s, whenever it was, 60s. That's a real life event. That's what they base it on. And they were both men. But Eva even mentions that at the end, that she isn't the real Eva because they were both men. But that's a real historical event. That's what they based their names on. Let's get the clock cap. We won't get the calls about it for a while, though. We'll get the Yakko camo here. And then we'll go back. Now that we can call Eva, she'll have calls about the previous areas as well. And we need to go get some keratins there anyway. Where the fuck? There it is. Oh, we have to go back this way. Yeah, we'll mess with the croc cap in a bit. I gotta go back and get some keratins and balls. We're also getting all the keratins, all the camos, all the food and plants and animals, all the face paint, all the boss camos, all that stuff. There's a guy doing some weird neck exercises here. He's doing some weird, creepy shit. What is that? Look at him. He's like, is he stretching? Is he fucking weird? I don't know. Oh, you got lucky there.
Freeze.
Huh? The enemy's here.
Whoops. Oh well, shit happens. Not a kill. The splash. Delayed splash. Stupid thing. What should we do with him? Uh-oh. Where's the line?
Freeze.
Don't shoot.
Anything better than chaff grenades and grenades? Ooh, bug juice. I'll take that.
Freeze.
We gotta go through the swamp again. Even life, man. Eh, he's got pretty decent loot. We'll have him take a bath. Single action armor just eats people when you hit him with it. They made it hard to research. We gotta go all the way back to the first area of the Virtuous mission here. So these may be the same areas as the Virtuous mission, but they have new airtans in different places now. So these also count. Also, there's a marker here now. Nice. The marker does not seem to give shit. Oh, okay. There's other crap here too. I almost had it. There we go. Rip.
Hey, this works.
I see you caught a markhor. The markhor is a kind of wild goat that lives in mountainous areas. It's quite large, so I don't think you'll be able to capture one alive, even with the tranquilizer gun.
All right.
Speaking of which, do you know the origin of the name markhor?
No.
It means snake eater in Persian.
Snake eater.
Lost your appetite?
Not at all. It tasted pretty good. I think I'll have it again sometime.
It's paramedics' freaking problem. Oh well, okay. Oh yeah, we gotta call Evo.
That forest is known as Dremuchi. It means the untouched forest in Russian. The name says it all. Dremuchi is a pristine jungle at the far edge of Selinoyarsk, untouched by human hands. The forest is so dense that large units can't penetrate it, making it a natural defense. That's why Sokolov's research facility and Groznygrad were built here. But more to the point, what are you doing all the way out there? You're not thinking of abandoning the mission, are you? Get back to the north.
Yeah, nobody would get it if they called it Markhor. I think we got another new Keratin here. Don't die. Holy shit. Ah, we got a leech. And snakes. Ass. Leg. Where is it? Oh, it's on the hand? It's in his hand. What the fuck? Wait, no, maybe not. It is somewhere there. Okay. It's just sticking out of the pocket there.
Snake, look at your body.
Yep, looking good.
Not there.
Then where?
See the leeches?
Leeches?
Yeah, you've got leeches all over you. Leeches will sometimes attach themselves to you
Not
if you spend a
there.
long time in the water or the swamp. When you've got leeches on you, they'll suck your blood, causing you to lose stamina. You should get rid of them as soon as possible. To get rid of leeches, go into Cure in the survival viewer.
Yeah. Where was Snake looking? Damn it. This is hard. I wish you could shoot without putting it away at the end of that. There we go. Holy shit, that was a process. But there's no trophy for a leak run, so why would I do one? No, I'm kidding. That's kind of dumb. I wish the trophies would add more to the game. Yeah, we'll probably do one at some point. In a fork run too. I wonder if... Is there anything where the SVD used to be? Nah. It's a snake.
Snake, king cobras are making their home in the area you're in now.
Oh, come
King
on.
cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. It's large.
Damn it, paramedic. Okay, at least we got the short version of it, so it doesn't matter. Also, there's no more king cobras now because it's daytime. Right? Did it go away? Actually, let me see if it's still there. Living Great Python is still there. The king cobra is supposed to be nocturnal. And it's here. Oh shit, it is still here. Nice. Look at him. Bug. Lost the snake boss fight. Do cobras really do that? Do they only show the whatever fatter part of her heads? I'm sure it has a scientific name that I am not aware of when they attack. I thought it was always there, but it only shows when it's about to bite you in this. Nice. Keep going, I see them for days. Somebody just whack a snake there? I think I already ate one. Let's see, we should get a couple calls here. I guess that makes sense. They're called hoods. I thought it was just always there.
I see you caught yourself a green tree python. The green tree python isn't venomous, so no need to worry. It's fairly docile too, so I don't think it's likely to attack you. The green tree python originally comes from Australia and New Zealand. It's a really pretty green color, and it lives... Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Snake, what did I just say?
They come from Australia and New Zealand.
No, after that.
They're a really pretty green color.
I thought so. What was I thinking? Seeing a snake and calling it pretty?
What's wrong with that?
Everything. When a normal woman sees a snake, she's supposed to scream or get sick or something like that.
And you think you're normal?
What was that?
Nothing.
Oh, it's all your fault.
Jeez, I'm sorry. But enough of that.
What do you mean, enough of that? This is serious.
No, I just wanted you to tell me how it tastes.
How should I know?
Ugh.
It was awfully pretty, though.
You think you're normal?
By the way, Snake.
What?
You know the Ocelot unit commander?
Ocelot?
Oh.
Yeah, that's not his real name, is it?
The King Cobras.
I wouldn't think so.
Cursed.
Is it a code name?
You mean like Snake?
Yeah.
Maybe. Why? Is that strange?
No, I was just wondering why he's called Ocelot.
Why's that?
Well, I looked it up, and it turns out the ocelot is a wild cat whose habitat stretches from the southern U.S. down to northern Argentina. They live in a variety of different environments, from tropical rainforests to savannas. The biggest ones can grow up to 1 meter in length. They're normally solitary creatures, and their diet consists mainly of small animals and fish. During the day, they sleep up in the trees, but at night...
Yeah, paramedic.
Oh, right. So, the ocelot is an animal that lives on the American continent. But then I wondered, why would a Soviet officer be using the name of an American wildcat?
Good question. Maybe it's because he's fast and agile like an ocelot.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
But why'd you go to all the trouble of looking it up?
Because I was curious. Was it helpful?
Sure.
Why would it be named after an American cat? Haha. Okay. I think it messed up the call for the King Cobra. Well, oh, look, you're down, that's right. And there's a pretty high chance I'll forget at least one, and then we'll have to do a dedicated run for these. And then the Eva call. Wait, no, this is actually the same. Yeah, it's the same name, just north.
That area is called Dolino Vodno. The name means Forest of the Canyon. It probably got that name from the chasm that divides the jungle in two. The rope bridge at the center was hastily constructed to enable them to patrol Dramuchi. Speaking of which, what are you doing all the way back there? Get back to the north now.
Yeah, okay. What's up, PK? Good morning, I'm about to go to sleep, dude. What is sleep schedule? You didn't see me. Nice. That guy's doing weird shit again. Wonder if they'll put this in Delta. This guy doing a specific animation here. The new keratins right here. And wait, I already called you, didn't I?
Speaking of which,
yeah. Well, who knows? The cutscenes they're remaking one to one, but who knows about the enemy placement and animations? And we also have a new keratin in here. Actually, if we equip the Gecko uniform that I got earlier, the special effect is wearing it enables you to hear keratins calling, so that it helps you find it. When you first exit the menu for a few seconds. Maybe, oh, it's here, right? Maybe if I keep this on all the time. I wonder if it also makes the noise. I wonder if the noise it creates also makes enemies investigate it. Like when you shoot the keratin, yes, the noise will attract enemies. But what about the noise that the Gecko camo makes? Makes the keratin? I don't know. I guess it's also a way to know if you already shot it or not. Because it doesn't do it anymore after you shoot it. Huh. Could do a Gecko camo keratin run. And then the other stuff we got here is the zombie face paint. And I like to put some life medicine on. These three items, the Gecko uniform, the zombie face paint, and the life medicine, they have something in common, in which if you call SIG into bottom, paramedic will interrupt every time. I like to do all those calls together.
Hey, Snake, remember back at the abandoned factory when you whittled the grip of that 45 down?
Yeah,
I've never heard of a customization like that before. Why the grip?
to fit it with a knife.
A knife? You're gonna keep the knife and the gun both at the ready?
That's the idea.
Why would you want to do that?
Sometimes a knife works better in close proximity encounters. So I equip both at the same time. That way I can switch back and forth in an instant.
Badass. So that's that.
CQC.
My throat is fucking killing me right now. AC3 Dogs, thank you for a resub. 116 months. Damn.
Snake, you said Eva said her Mauser was a Type 17, right?
Yeah, what about it?
That model was produced in the 1920s in a weapons lab in the Shaanxi province in China. The cartridge part sticks out lower than the original to accommodate 45 caliber rounds. The barrel and chamber are a little bit thicker too. But most telling of all, it's got Chinese characters engraved on both sides of the frame like you saw. And that firing stance Eva was talking about where you hold the gun horizontally, that's a trademark of the Chinese. Just like you were saying, when you're firing in full auto mode, the muzzle jump effect gives you a horizontal strafing motion. They say it's especially deadly in indoor and close-range mop-up actions. The Japanese called it bandit shooting and used to dread it. Makes you wonder where she learned to shoot like that.
So, she has a Chinese pistol, huh? I wonder where she's from. Is a Chinese shooting technique. That's a real thing, too. Not so much with the Type 17s, but the full auto C96s. They really do shoot them like that. Hey, what's up, Billy? I heard you got bullied by 3 Dog into gifting 5 subs, so I figure I'll partake too. I heard the story. I guess you might lose mod here if you don't give 5 subs. As these things just happen. Who the fuck modded you anyway? Thank you for the Prime sub. Dog modded you here? Oh, he bullied you. Sorry, I got a little bit more delay because my internet was crapping itself. Oh my god. I'm just kidding. It was just funny. So they tell you that she has a Chinese pistol, but they also kind of add to it because she also has a German motorcycle. So who knows? Doesn't necessarily mean anything, right?
You know that army motorcycle that Eva was riding? That's a replica of a German model.
A replica?
Yeah. After World War II, the Soviets confiscated an entire assembly line from a German motorcycle factory, machines and all.
And then they took it back with them and started producing replicas?
Exactly. Originally, that motorcycle was designed to be used with a sidecar attached. That means it's got enough power to drag a 200-plus pound sidecar around.
So that's how she could pull off all those crazy stunts.
Uh-huh. Of course, it takes a lot of skill to be able to control that much power. That Eva chick is something else. Got some life medicine, huh?
Here we go.
Life medicine
is a drug recently developed by the Soviet Union for use in battle. The components are still a mystery, but it seems to activate the body's regenerative processes and makes injuries heal faster.
Well,
open the window and press the enter button to instantly replenish your life. Useful, huh? Huh? What's wrong, Sigan?
Never mind. Snake, what is that stuff you're wearing?
I don't know. It's called Gakko camo, whatever that means.
What?
Paramedic?
You've never heard of Gakko?
Nope.
Never.
You must live in a cave or something.
Well, excuse me. By the way, Snake, that outfit is really killing your camo index. Unless you want the enemy to see you, I suggest you change your clothes as...
Why?
Why? Because his camo index is...
Camo index, schmamo index.
Hold on now.
He's wearing the Gakko suit.
Why?
Because it looks cute.
Snake, talk some sense into her.
What's wrong with being cute?
Am I the only normal person around here? Snake, your face paint is...
I know. It's called zombie.
Zombie? What does that mean?
Beats me.
Are you serious?
Hello, paramedic.
You mean you've never heard of zombies?
Yeah. Never.
You guys don't know anything. A zombie is a dead body that's been cursed and brought back to life by a master of black magic. Supposedly, they revive the dead and use them as slaves. It's also seen as a kind of punishment. People who commit terrible crimes can be forced to labor even after they're dead.
Interesting. How do you know all this stuff?
I saw it in movies. Like White Zombie. Never seen it?
Nope.
Can't say I have.
How about Plan 9 from Outer Space?
No.
Billy,
You can't just
I only
focus on
brought that
things
up
you like all the time.
because I felt bad for you.
Expand your horizons, try new things. You guys need to get out more.
Yeah, well, anyway, that face paint doesn't look all that useful. Go ahead and wear it if you want, but I think you should change to...
You don't need to change anything.
Why not?
It makes them look awesome. Doesn't it?
Look, arguing about it isn't going to get us anywhere. Snake, you do whatever you want.
It does make you look cool.
Kojima's just the kind of guy who likes Plan 9. Would be the type of person who likes Plan 9. Billy, we successfully bullied Billy into gifting 5 subs here too, so perfect. I'm sorry, man. I only said that because I felt bad for you when I heard his story, but thank you. Maybe we'll do some sort of sub goal for some extra stuff as well. Thing is, there's already a lot of stuff. So I don't know if I'm gonna have the time. Nice. A look upon that brain dead prison. No, but in all seriousness, thank you. I appreciate it. You guys enjoyed us. Free subs if you got one for Billy. Say thank you. Brain dead prison. MGS4 quote that you can apply to Phantom Pain. FOB grinding. It's just an MGS4 quote. Eva talking about Zero keeping Big Boss stuck in a brain dead prison. And MGS4. We just like to think it's the FOB grind that never ends. Let's see. We got another call here that's really good. If we... Oh, first I gotta get the regular call before wearing it.
That swamp seems pretty deep.
Yeah.
Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water.
So since we just got that checkpoint, let's show that the death roll. So if you're swimming and you piss off a crocodile, when they notice, hello, crocodile lives hard hearing. Hello. Here we go. Now he's gonna go turbo speed. Get behind me and death roll. Oh yeah, y'all want to get a cold in MGS3? Here's what you do. You get naked. And possibly turn on vibration. Not required, but it adds some effect to it if you're playing. And then... I guess we can throw up a little, but it doesn't matter. This wait, it's some more core. That's not Snake. The stamina will drop. So this is gonna be stupid, okay? Just bear with me for a while, because this is one of the stupidest things in the game. But I want to show it. You just need to be a little patient. Some stamina there. That doesn't matter because the leeches are gonna fuck me up anyway. Now we start timing. Start at 8:32 on the timer. We got in the water, basically. Stamina will drop below 50%. About 12 seconds after that. Okay, so make a note of that. This is how you get a cold in MGS3. Except it takes an insane amount of time. So, I don't know. I only did this once on stream before. I feel like we should do it again now if we're doing everything. Because it's just stupid. I don't know, fucking kill some crocodiles meanwhile. You're gonna be naked, and you're gonna have less than half stamina, and you're gonna be in the water for 30 minutes. Something absurd like that. What did they think people were doing in this game? Like, I know I just said that they assumed the player was stupid, but... This is your life now. Oh, the brass floating. Well, it's sinking, but it's slowly floating down. We might as well clear the swamp. The crocodiles. That aiming... Uh-oh. I better not get death rolled again. I'm telling you, if you guys want to come back in 20-30 minutes, I don't blame you, because this is just dumb. This is just really stupid the way it works. But we're doing it. I'll probably put on some music and wait. We'll know it's done when the health bar starts flashing, and we'll hear the beeping sound. And if you turn on vibration, your controller will start vibrating as well to simulate Snake's shivering, I guess. And then they gave you like 10, 15 cold medicines. Like, how many times did you think people were gonna do this? Yeah. 3 minutes, maybe? I don't know. Snake doesn't catch a cold. Yeah, now. Credit to Bad Humans for telling me about this. Because what the fuck, man? I never would have done this shit for 30 minutes. Otherwise. Yep. Any crocs left? One-handed AK, 0 stamina, aiming. Maybe. I don't know. Research has been done, and this is what we could find. I also don't want to pause or open the menu or anything, because that's probably pauses the timer for it too. It's kind of crazy. But you can RP, I guess. Survival situation. I think there's a call about it. Better be a fucking call about it. She has a call about pretty much every condition you can get, so there should at least be a call about it. Yeah, this is stupid. And it's gonna be a while. Does it reset the timer if you get out of the water? I have no idea. If it's the water, if it's being naked, if it's the stamina being low, if it's a combination of all three required, and the timer and all that, I'm just not gonna risk it. I'm just gonna stay here, treading water for 30 minutes. Nice. Yeah, I don't know why they made it like this. There's another call, one of the Ryko related calls, that is also insane to get. Like 20-30 minutes of fucking around to get it with Rykov. Oh well. We in depth now. Well, man. You don't have to be in the water? Okay, but you do have to be like in a damp area. Like the swamp. I've done it in the swamp before, and that's the only time I tried it, and it worked. It just takes a long time. So you just have to be naked for 30 minutes, maybe. Or you have to be in a certain area naked for 30 minutes. Not necessarily in the water. Maybe anywhere damp or humid. I don't know. Maybe like a total? Yeah, who knows? Oh, let's put on some music. Take a break, maybe. Touch some grass. I don't know. Stretch. Piss. Piss on the grass, then touch it. Should we leave the ASMR sounds on or put on some music for this? Yeah, put on some music. Sailor and ASMR water noise. I guess it is raining. Now the health bar will start flashing and beeping when we get a cold, and my controller will start vibrating too. It'll be very obvious. Yeah, Skullface like, what the fuck is he doing? Nice, rare MGS3 cold resub. Colonel Skathgar, thank you. Rare, this is the only second time ever I've ever done this in like 20 years. Still nothing. Alright, check back in a bit. I don't know under what circumstances you would possibly do this accidentally. Oh, it's a call for journalists. Got it. Oh my god, the aiming. Maybe I should leave it alone. This is now an Arowana documentary. This is so dumb. But it's a game mechanic. I'm trying to show. Trying to push it into the other fish. There you go. Now he made a friend. What did Kojima mean by this? Did he think people would do this? People would stay in the swamp for 30 minutes? Three hours in Delta. Why not 3 days? Rip. This is by far the stupidest thing in the game. Holy shit. Here we go. Almost on the dot. 30 minutes. We got it. See that? Health bars now. Flashing. Nice. There it is. Maybe I need to get out of the water for it. No. It's very subtle. It's a very slight vibration. But it is vibrating. Yeah, that's more noticeable when you're out of the water. It's vibrating ever so slightly. Damn, I thought it was stronger than that. Got it. It's flashing. We got a cold. Now we gotta wait for the sneeze. Got a cold. Stamina will continually decrease until cured. Take cold medicine, of which we have 10 of. So they thought this was gonna happen 10 times. Hell, the leeches. We got the rarest condition in the game. A cold. Let me apply the cigar to my cold. Oh wait, no, it's the leeches. There's gotta be a sneeze, right? I don't even know what the MGS3 sneeze sounds like. Nice pixelated mess, Blue Point. Thank you. The cold is in your head, I guess. That's crazy. 30 minutes for a cold. Okay. Ah, there it is. That's crazy. Cold run when?
Oh, you've got a terrible cold. You'll catch a cold if you hang around too long without any clothes on, or spend too much time in the water or the swamp. When you catch a cold, your stamina goes down more rapidly. You'll also sneeze from time to time, and the noise can alert enemies to your presence. Plus, your body will shake, so you might not be able to distinguish vibrations very well. To cure a cold, go into Cure in the survival viewer and take some cold medicine.
That's it? Maybe you just be naked for 30 minutes. No, because people do naked runs all the time. They don't catch colds just by being naked. Maybe it resets. It's like 30 minutes naked in the same area. Maybe, or she said in the water. So maybe it's not both, but... Yep. Yeah, maybe we'll do another sneeze. Thanks, Kojima. It probably resets. Nice. As it's vibrating ever so slightly. So I guess other vibrations don't work because of that. Yeah, I just did both just to make sure, but she said or. Actually, that makes the vibration much milder, because now it's only vibrating from the cold. So other vibrations are just overridden by that. Nice. I wonder if he sneezes in the box. If it's anything like MGS1, the box prevents sneezing. He probably doesn't sneeze in the box. It'd be funny if the sneeze took off the box. No, it doesn't seem to sneeze at all in the box. It's nice. It went away on its own? I didn't take the medicine? Really? I don't remember. So is it just gonna sneeze as soon as I take the box off, maybe? Maybe it resets the timer, I don't know. Maybe just eating makes it go away. I don't fuck with this much. It's the Raiders' condition to get an MGS3 to the cold. Look at all the free brass. We're rich. Easily stop shooting. Okay, what should we do with it? Should we just cure it or?
This tastes great.
They do hear you sneezing.
Hey, this works.
Well, Medic even mentioned it. And it was a thing in MGS2, so why wouldn't it be here?
Hey, this works.
I think the simpler explanation is that there is no animation for sneezing in the box. That's why. Just like in MGS1, actually. Also, while moving, in MGS1, if you're moving, if you're running around, Snake doesn't sneeze until you stop. It's probably the same, actually. And MGS2 as well, actually. But MGS2 is much easier to catch cold. And it's based on difficulty as well. On European Extreme, even the 2 seconds it takes to get inside the tanker, you basically always have a cold. But since I'm running around all the time, I don't usually notice it. That's so weird. They don't have any cold-related calls where Snake is talking with his cold voice, like in MGS1. That's a downgrade. In MGS1, there's a bunch of calls about finding the cold medicine, and you can hear Snake Snake talking with his cold voice.
That swamp seems pretty deep.
And Zero doesn't even say anything about it.
Snake, you'll be Snake? Snake, I heard you got a scientist disguise from Eva.
Yeah.
Go to uniform on the camouflage screen and choose scientist to disguise yourself as a scientist.
Scientist, huh?
But it won't do you any good to go around the jungle wearing a scientist disguise.
No one would be that stupid.
You're right. No one would think of going around the jungle in a scientist disguise. If they did, they'd have to be a fool. No, more than a fool. A complete dumbass. Don't you think so, Snake?
Yeah.
Ah, of course, a complete dumbass. No one would be that stupid. Let's put it on. Oh, then you also have this animation. Wonder if he sneezes during that.
First, head north through the... Snake? Snake?
What's wrong, Major?
I should be asking you the same question. Why are you wearing that outfit?
I wanted to try it on.
Did you listen to a word that I said? What What are you thinking, dressing like a scientist in the middle of the jungle? Look at your camo index. You're a walking bullseye. Get back into your camouflage now.
Lighten up.
What was that?
Nothing.
Man, all that time spent in the water could have gotten the Keratin at least. Still there. It's draining stamina like crazy, kind of like when you have leeches. Oh, now it's vibrating more strongly. Interesting, the vibration design changes. Maybe based on the stamina you have. It's stronger now. Let's get that Keratin here. It's vibrating way stronger now. I think I got it. We have the stamina dropping from the leech and the cold. I wonder if we add the spider camo on top of that, how fast it'll drop. It's such a weird vibration pattern. It's like constantly mildly vibrating, and at times it speeds up for a second. I don't think anything else does this vibration pattern. Ooh, Eva, there's a trap here. Bonk.
Snake, be careful. I might not have told you this yet, but that swamp is
Whoops.
rigged with traps.
Tell me about it.
So you know already.
Yeah.
Well, then you're all set. The traps in that area are set to go off when a rope stretched along the ground is disturbed. Keep a close eye on the ground and make sure you don't trip over a rope. I mean, far be it from me to call you an idiot who can't avoid even the simplest of traps, but you know... What's the matter?
Nothing. Never mind.
Everybody called him an idiot already in the span of 2 minutes. Oh, shit. Poor Snake. He's hungry, sick, injured. This is a shit show. Deep cut. I should still heal on its own. Maybe not if you have low stamina, though. Anyway. And I still have to do the crop cap calls and stuff.
The traps in that area... The trap...
Imagine you starving, sick, injured, everybody's calling you an idiot. Damn. Well, the traps, yeah, but what you really need to farm is this life medicine. Just go home. Yeah, that cold is still there.
That area is known as Chorny Prud. The name means something like the Black Shore in Russian. It got its name from the deep swamp that covers the area. The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious. Apparently, they've already chewed up a bunch of soldiers out on patrol. Now no one even dares to go near the swamp. They said that most of the soldiers who were killed were attacked from behind while they were in the water. You be careful out there.
Oh, sneeze in the crop cap. Maybe that'll work. I wonder how the croc head is gonna move. There's no way the croc cap stops it. There we go.
Snake? Snake, what in God's name?
How does it look?
It looks cool.
Huh?
It looks cool on you.
It does?
Yeah.
I don't think cool is the right word.
Why? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong? Don't you think it looks silly? Doesn't it make you laugh? Aren't you going to ask me what the hell I was thinking?
No.
Oh.
I think it really does look good. It reminds me of the alligator people.
Oh, the... what?
The Alligator People. It's a science fiction movie. You've never heard of it?
No.
Oh, well, you should see it sometime. It's about this guy who gets hurt in a car accident and tries to heal his wounds by injecting himself with a crocodile serum, but then his head turns into a crocodile head. You look just like him with the mask on. That's awesome!
Right.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I suppose you might be able to disguise yourself as a crocodile by wearing that cap and sticking your head out of the water.
The snake thinks a crocodile cap is stupid, but most people seem to think it's a good idea, as the snake doesn't quite get it.
A cap shaped like a crocodile head, you say?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. You know, animal disguises are one of the oldest tricks in the book in the intelligence world. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I've heard that during World War II, the OSS used to use cow suits. Supposedly, they sent agents out to hide in herds of real cows so they could spy on enemy units as they passed by. Nowadays, I guess most people wouldn't even give a crocodile-shaped cap a second look. They think it was just a gag item. But if you use it the right way, it can be an effective weapon for spying. I gotta hand it to you, Snake. You're one sharp guy. You okay, Snake?
Now forget it.
Huh?
Only Eva that agrees with Snake that it's stupid.
Eva, what kind of unit are those ocelots I fought a little while ago?
The Ocelot unit is an elite group composed of soldiers handpicked from among the ranks of Spetsnaz, the Special Forces wing of GRU. They've undergone even more rigorous training than regular Spetsnaz. Their skill with weapons is the stuff of legends. You'll find they're much better shots than the rest of GRU. Watch yourself. The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious. Apparently, they've already chewed up a bunch of soldiers out on patrol. Now no one...
OSS is basically the precursor to the CIA.
The crocodiles in that...
Come on, talk about the croc cap.
The croc...
No, SAS is British. OSS is American. Like World War II era intelligence.
The crevice... The crev...
Come on, Eva.
The croc...
Oh my fucking god, Eva.
The crocodiles in that swamp are...
Eva, where are you now?
I told you, didn't I? I'm right near the colonel.
Pretty weak answer, if you ask me.
I suppose you're right.
Eva.
Snake, I'm under orders to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you everything I know. I would assume the same applies to you, too. The croc... The
Rock in the crevice. Yeah, if I don't close and reopen the radio screen, that's all she's gonna say.
Tell me something, Snake. Why did you let Ocelot get away?
I thought I told you already.
Because he's still a kid?
Yeah.
Pretty lame excuse if you ask me.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe you're right.
We're just getting all the calls. In this case, Eva has a bunch of other shit to talk about before she talks about the croc cap.
Snake, have you heard about the massacre that happened in the forest near the village of Gnezdovo?
The Katyn Forest Massacre, right?
During World War II, the German army came upon the bodies of 4,000 dead Polish in the forest of Katyn.
Yeah, Germany blamed the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union denied it, blaming Germany in return.
The truth is that Stalin ordered the NKVD to carry out the killings. And it's not just Katyn. In places like Western Ukraine and Belarus, there must have been at least 20,000 Poles in the prison camps.
Why are you telling me this?
Volgin was one of the people responsible. He was one of the vicious leaders behind it.
Volgin was?
He blamed it on a prisoner revolt to allay any fears, and requested they be put to death. I've heard that Volgin even removed the blindfolds from each prisoner before he beat them to death.
I knew he wasn't all there in the head, but this...
Not someone you could be friends with. Snake?
Eva, what do you think?
What a dork. You must be kidding me. Are you willing to risk your life for that joke?
All right, finally I get a normal response.
What?
Everyone was giving me strange responses and acting like nothing was odd about it. I was starting to wonder myself, but now I feel better.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you look adorable in it. I'm sorry. I gotta go. This is too much.
All right.
And Eva's voice acting is so good. A legit kill. Thank you for the 21 months. I'm gonna... Oh, don't run into that again. I'm gonna go here and save. And saving also makes Snake go to sleep and recover naturally.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
That's probably gonna give me a bunch of stamina and probably cure the cold when we come back. Let's see.
Snake, have you ever seen On the Beach?
What?
No.
Death Stranding 2?
It's about the survivors of the Third World War. The entire northern hemisphere is obliterated in a nuclear holocaust, and it's only a matter of time before the few survivors left in the southern hemisphere are poisoned by the deadly fallout. Their only hope is an American nuclear submarine that escapes to the southern hemisphere. They set out for the Arctic to investigate the fallout. The movie came out in '59, and the year that the war was supposed to happen was 1964. In other words, this year.
Yeah, you could do it, even with the 30 minutes.
Let's hope it stays just a movie.
Nah, drivers don't get scared of the croc cap. The croc cap, as long as you're in the swimming animation with no weapons equipped, it fools them. They just don't alert at all, even if you're up at their face. And it scares the dogs though. It prevents the dogs from attacking you. We'll mess around with the dogs in this area and see if the cold is cured tomorrow when I continue. So that'll be it for today. We're going to really